All right, so welcome. Yeah, Sally, thanks for joining. Had a bit of a break yesterday, actually. No one, well, one person showed up for about 45 minutes, so an hour. But it ended up being a private session. So, Sally, you had a question. Maybe you want to just ask that again, and then I'll speak to that.
So it was something about discerning what's for my highest good, because I had one answer one night and the next morning a different answer, and I wasn't sure how to tell which was
Hmm.
the truth for me.
Yeah, and the specific instance was a car. You said, "Oh, we'll just let it go. I don't need a car." And then the next day, you were like, "Oh, actually, why don't I just get the car fixed?
Mm.
Car would be useful." Hmm. So then you're kind of vacillating, and you're not sure, which voice is which. Well,
Mm.
I think the spirit is always peaceful. That's for me. That's the way to discern. When guidance on the level of form is less important than the underlying feeling. Remember, the spirit is pointing you back to truth, which is beyond all form. So if it feels peaceful, if it feels flowing and happy, then you're on the right track. So, for instance, the ego in that instance might say, "Oh well, just let go of the car and don't worry about it," and that on the face of it could seem to be correct guidance. Like, oh well, you don't need it, you don't need a car, but but then down the line, that advice might turn into some regret. You might go, well, this is really inconvenient now. Now I'm irritated because I don't have the use of a car, and I'm less functional. It's less practical, and then the ego uses that as an issue to disturb your peace. Obviously, you could let that go too. So if you're really going into the full mystic experience. Mystics generally don't have cars; they just chill out. They're like, let's just sit and be, and transportation is not really required because where would we go? Um, so I think in this world, it's a balance between the practicality of, okay, I'm living in a Western society. These kinds of conveniences like cars and things on the material level are useful. I just mustn't be attached to them mentally, psychologically, emotionally. That's really the key. If you start to make your car into an issue and it's disturbing your peace, then you're using it mentally, emotionally. So there's kind of two modalities. You can say there's a practical time. You're going to do what's practical in time, and then there's psychological time, which is where you make time real and it's taking you out of the now. And the one is fine, practical time. Okay, you need to, like, let's say, as an example, I've got a trip next week in Scotland. Well, there's some preparation for the trip. I need to get some events up on Eventbrite. I need to book a train ticket. I need to organize accommodation in various places. So that's kind of quite practical. Psychological time, on the other hand, is I start going, ooh, I'm a little bit nervous about this trip. Is it going to go okay? There's a lot of variables. So now I start planning as a way of trying to alleviate my fear. And then that takes me out of the now and out of flow. And so you got to really watch for well, how is, mentally and emotionally, how are you feeling? And is the ego hijacking the situation to create a separation from love? And that's what you really need to be vigilant for. The specific form of how that looks, that can change, that can vary, because nothing on the level of form is ultimately true. But the underlying feeling, am I feeling really in flow? Am I feeling in tune with love, or am I feeling out of connection with that? Has it taken me out of that connection? That's what's important. That's what the Holy Spirit's trying to help you to become more and more aware of. So sometimes, on the level of form, it can get confusing. But then don't focus on the level of form. Don't focus on that level. Focus on the feeling. Okay, so how does this make me feel right now? Oh, the alternative, you switch to alternative, how does that make me feel? And if you really observe your feelings carefully, you should get the answer from that examination of your feelings in the moment. And then the ego can't, in the absolute present moment, very difficult for the ego to come in. If you're fully present, and then in that present moment you're aware of love. Love's presence just being empty, open, spacious awareness. It's just a very nice, open, expansive state. There's peace in that. There's often a sense of joy. That feeling then becomes the primary director for just the discernment. Am I in that feeling, or is there contraction? As subtle as the contraction might be, is there contraction of that feeling? Am I feeling, just less than perfectly open and expansively aware? And if there's a contraction, then that's the ego, subtle as it may be. So you got to get very, very tuned in to how it feels, and then go with whatever the feeling is, whatever the outcome is on the level of form. The feeling is driving it, and underlying your decision would be driving it. So kind of a detective with your emotions, really. Getting very, very subtle, very fine-tuned. And as you get better at it, the ego's got to it's got to get better. So it's got, okay, she's onto that one, so let's try another let's try another disguise. Well, that's quite interesting, I think. That process of becoming very, very refined, very tuned in to thoughts and emotion. So even the subtlety of, like previously, what was so subtle you wouldn't have noticed, you're actually picking that up, and you go, oh, okay, so I'm feeling a slight contraction there. What's that? And then you do some inquiry on it, and so you're becoming this hyper vigilant detective for the ego, and you go, oh, okay, got it, okay, I see you there, so that you can be really vigilant for your state of mind, and you can stay rooted in this peace. That's the objective. It's not because you becoming anal about, well, I want to be like an emotional master or something. It's so that you can stay in peace, and I can stay rooted in that, and any subtle variation of that I notice immediately, and I stop it, and I stay in this really nice, calm, empty, spacious awareness. Holiness.
Let's hijack that a minute and say, because I had issues with my car. I'm not in a position to buy a car at the moment. Well, because I don't need a car at the moment. I've got a car. So, but the car was coming up for its MOT, and I was thinking, well, if it failed, I wouldn't get a new car. And I went through the same thing with Sally, like, do I need a car? And like, where I am, I don't. And I kind of then decided, actually, I like having a car. I like what it brings to me. So then, is that my ego then? Because it's that feeling that it gives me, a freedom of confidence.
I like. Well, it's got to be careful of those two words.
Exactly.
Like.
So that's an ego thing.
Who like?
Isn't it?
Who likes? Well, the way to test that is say, okay, well, let's say I don't have a car. Let me go explore that scenario. Would I feel less than because? Would I feel deprived because I don't have a car? Would there be a sense of loss because I don't have a car? Would I feel like I've lost freedom? I've lost some power?
No. No, because where I'm living, public transport's really good. I can get by without a car. But the car adds value to my life. But without it, I wouldn't lose.
Okay. If you're honest with that and you check it and you go, okay, well, if I didn't have it, I'd be absolutely fine. Then it becomes a preference, not an attachment.
Right. Okay. All right then.
Which can, again, be very subtle. What's the difference in preference and attachment?
Very subtle.
It's a degree of desire is the difference. Preference and attachment. But preference would be like, well, yeah, okay, I've got to make choices on this level. So car, no car, yeah, okay, prefer a car. But if no car, then that's really okay. I'm not going to be bothered by that. It's not going to be something that's going to disturb my peace. It's not going to worry me. That's the definition of preference. When you don't have it, it's not really a problem. It's not a disturbance.
I don't want
attachment. If you don't have it, then it will be a problem.
I don't want to play this too much in case something that does happen and I have to actually live it out. I had the same thing with furniture, though. It's quite interesting. I had a moment where I was possibly going to not have any living room furniture. And it was an interesting thing because I wasn't in a position to buy any. And I was thinking, actually, it'd be quite liberating not to have a sofa, just have cushions on the floor. And I kind of went through that and actually made peace with that idea. And then I did have living room furniture, so it was fine. But it's the same thing, isn't it? I suppose it's just with any thing we have in form. We have we've got attachments.
Preference versus attachment. Is quite a key one, because on the level of form, there's stuff that you're engaging with all the time. But if you're attached, it's going to be used by the ego to confirm a separate identity and cause you pain and suffering. If it's just a preference, then it can enhance your life. You have a car, great, that's nice. No car, that's okay. It's not really going to bother me in any way. I'm unattached to it. The only way to check that, obviously, is to not have it. If you really,
and that's why don't want to be bringing that in.
If I don't have it and it's bothering me, then it was obviously more of an attachment than I thought it was.
This is really interesting. I'd not seen the depth of this. So when I think about not having a car, I feel free. I feel peaceful. And then if I project to the future, and I go, well, that could cause problems in the future of how I get there, or I might miss going there. And then, the whole story. So if I'm peaceful now, not having a car, I'm trying to work out how that would pan out without going to the future. That takes me out of the now. I can't know what the future is, because it's always now, isn't it? So would that peace of now, of not having a car, last forever? I can't know that, can I?
Well, if you really made a decision, you said, well, it's present moment awareness, that's all that matters. And as and when a situation arises, if I should need transport in the future, I'll make a plan. So one way or another,
you can hire a car, can't you? It's easy to hire a car, and then you can get the latest model that you don't have to worry about.
Hire a car, public transport, get a lift. There's many ways, but if you're truly rooted in the now, you're not going to worry too much about that. It's going to be like, well, when that arrives, then I'll deal with it. And
there's no fear or anxiety in the now, is there? It just is. And so I am fearing a future fear, fearing a future discomfort. Kind of back project and say, oh, that's because you made the wrong decision then. But actually in this present moment, it feels very freeing and very peaceful. But is that because I'm trying to discard humanality, the human that has to have the car repaired and pay money and buy petrol and take it to the garage to be MOT'd, which I don't like doing? Is my peace like I've let go of all that ego worry, and in this moment I am peaceful because I've got rid of all that stuff? It feels pretty peaceful. Do you know what I mean? It's like, do I feel free now because the idea of having let go of all those problems makes me feel free? Or is it, am I feeling free because that's my best choice?
No, maybe it's one and the same.
We can always try it out, Sally.
Experiment with this. But it typically, the mystics and spiritual masters, they tend to simplify their life. That's a universal.
That's how I feel. That's been my calling the last few months, to simplify. Because having a car, you've got to keep it clean, you've got to do all these repair thingies with it. And really, I don't need that in my life. I don't need that distraction.
Oh, well, if that feels right, and you're going in that direction of simplifying your life and letting go of things on the level of form that are not really necessary, then maybe it was the guidance. And then the next day the ego comes in and tries to counter that and says, oh, no, but actually get your car fixed and you enjoy the car. But it's subtle, isn't it? You've got to really look at it and say, well, why? Is that because of the convenience on the level of form? Is there a subtle identification with Sally, the lady about town who can get in a car and drive around, because there's some kind of identification with that? The ego wants to hang on to that. A sense of freedom in form, because the ego is always trying to give you freedom in form, isn't it? Freedom in the body. Oh, well, with the car you're more mobile and you can get around more, so that gives you more freedom. You're a more kind of expanded version of yourself, related to the form, and that is illusion. Ultimately, it's not true.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's the key. That is that bit, because it felt like I'd be limiting myself by not having a car. Oh, I've lost it. It was there a minute ago, but yeah, it was an illusionary thing that I'm free because of the car, because really I'm just free. I'm always free.
Yeah. So don't create a situation where the car seems to be limiting you, seems to be offering you something of value. It's like, oh, that's going to be freedom, and that's going to be kind of an expanded state. If you really needed a car for practical purposes, then that's okay. But if you don't really, then I guess the spirit's coming in saying, well, you don't really need this. So
you're thinking of that Mark Bolan song, I drive a Rolls Royce because it's good for my voice. Do you remember that? Did you hear it?
No, what does that mean then?
Children of the Revolution, that song. I drive a Rolls Royce because it's good for my voice. Those are his lyrics.
Right, okay.
But it's kind of like, what you're saying, isn't it? That he's saying it's nothing to do with, he's making an excuse for himself to have one.
Yeah. There's nothing to do with the practicality of it. People drive Rolls Royces because they like the luxury, the status, the whatever. They could easily drive another car. So that's the kind of thing you got to really be aware of. Is there a self concept in the car embedded into that idea of the car, and is that self concept driving the decision, or are you able to let go of that self concept and just drop it? And maybe that means you drop the car along with it. It sounds to me like the former option. If you don't really need a car, the spirit's inviting you, saying, okay, we'll just simplify your life, let it go. And
then it leads on to a whole other world, doesn't it? Like, I remember somebody saying that we spend all our life accumulating all these belongings, and we spend all our spare time looking after these belongings, cleaning them, cutting the grass, cleaning the car, repairing things. And that really hit home, that like you just don't need it. I like minimalist. I like simple. I like less rather than more. I could see if I let go of the car, that would open up a whole Pandora's box of letting go.
Which is maybe what the ego knows. So then it's like, oh, no.
I had that. I've always had that belief, and I don't accumulate ornaments and things. Don't have pictures up or anything like that, because it's just like, don't care. But what I have accumulated is literally material, like fabric and wool. So I've still got these things, but they're things that I consider to be functional, but I've got an overabundance of them, far too much, more than I can possibly process. So it's still the same thing, isn't it? It's still like deluding myself there, thinking that, I'm not materialistic, but actually I'm literally materialistic because I've got
literally material. Yes. Yeah, you gotta just be aware of these subtleties, and as you advance on the spiritual path, if you feel the call to let it go, then be willing to go there, do it.
I think there's a thing about that if the guidance is it makes no sense,
Hmm.
then it's good guidance, isn't it?
Hmm.
If your mind makes sense of it, you know it could possibly be your mind.
Hmm. Hmm. It feels peaceful. I think that's, to come back to what I said to start with. If it feels peaceful, if it feels right, spiritually, mentally, emotionally, this is going to bring you greater peace, and freedom that's within, just in your mind. Not having to be worried by these kinds of practical things like looking after a car and getting it MOT'd and so on. That's it's taking you in the spiritual direction you want to go. Then, and you don't really need it on the level of form. It's not like you use it every day. There's alternatives. Then why not?
Yeah, thank you for all that. It's very interesting because it feels like we're talking about something far bigger than a car, but it's good to.
The car is just an example. It's a specific example on the level of form of this quite tricky issue of, well, yes, what kind of possessions do we have? What level is appropriate? And we all got to work that out for ourselves. Generally, the tendency of most people as they become more spiritual is to declutter their lives, is to simplify and let go of material possessions. That's generally the case. They tend to move in that direction. Sometimes to the point of becoming ascetic. They own nothing, and they just exist. In a very non-materialistic way. That's in history. Many mystics and masters have done that. Because there's a simplicity in the mind. The mind's just saying, well, don't be bothered by any of this. There's a story from Chinese history. This great master who lived in the forest, and the emperor, really respected him. The emperor was burdened with all the cares of state, and he came to the guy and he said, "I'll give you my kingdom. You can become emperor." And the master was like, "No." Thank you. You can have your kingdom. I'm quite okay in the forest with the simplicity of my life. I certainly don't want to have to run a kingdom, because he recognized that would just be a trap. The ego would be pulling him into a whole lot of drama. You've now got power. You're the king of China, the emperor of China. But he was too smart for that. He observed that the emperor was not not really spiritually in a good state. He was unhappy and burdened by all of the goings on that happen with power in this world. So power. I thought this might be interesting, just to conclude this discussion about attachment and preferences. So this is something we'll do next year when we get to the Art of Letting Go course. But it's 12 pathways to higher consciousness, created by a guy called Ken Kais. He was an American teacher in the 70s, 60s, and 70s. And I found them really, really useful. There's a lot of truth, drawing on universal truth and framing it in a way that you can see there's kind of a reference to the arising modality of technology and computers. So using that kind of an analogy for the mind. And he talks about the first three pathways as freeing yourself from addiction. So Sally, maybe you want to read number one.
Freeing myself. I am freeing myself from security, sensation, and power addictions to make me try to forcefully control situations in my life, and thus destroy my serenity and keep me from loving myself and others.
So freeing myself from security, sensation, and power addictions make me try to forcefully control situations in my life. So it's these addictions, or attachments. Would be another word for addictions, where you think you need it, and then there's security, sensation, and power addiction. So there's thoughts and emotions that are going on that are triggered by these things. So, the car triggers a power addiction. Or, a car, with the car I feel independent and I feel more expanded. That's a subtle power trip going on there. Or sensation. Oh no, I really like my car because of the leather seats, and I'll miss that feeling of sinking into leather seats and smelling the leather. Sensation addiction. Security. Oh no, my car gives me security. What happens if I need to get to the hospital quickly, or something goes wrong? Then I've got a car. And so you can, I'm just giving you quick examples, but you can see how then the ego is going to use that for its purposes. So now we're talking mental and emotional rather than practical addictions. That all of those addictions give power to the ego, and they take power away from your spirit, which is just pure formless awareness. And so number 2, Yad, what he suggests then to deal with it is just discover, if you want to read number 2, discover how
I'm discovering how my consciousness dominating addictions create my illusory version of the changing world of people and situations around me. Which is all well and good, but it's because a lot of this stuff is subconscious. That's where it, like we've got that, is it Laszlo or Maslow? I could forget, the hierarchy of needs, and security is a fundamental need. And if we don't feel secure, we couldn't be doing this. If you were attached to everything and homeless, but you were still attached to the fact that you needed a home and you needed security, then how could you even contemplate it? From that position, you couldn't, could you? So I don't know, this is almost like we can only do this when we're in a privileged state. We can only work out and then go backwards, can't we?
Well, people have been homeless, and if you're completely free in that, and there was no mental, psychological attachment to being any other way, then you could, that would be a great lesson. Just be like, I'm surrendering into the moment and into the now, and that's okay. Eckhart Tolle was homeless
but after he was enlightened, because he realized he didn't care, so he was homeless. And same as David Hawkins, he went off, didn't he? But it's like a moment when I've struggled financially, like really, really freaking out because financially, couldn't make it. And somebody said to me about, oh, you've got to love money, you've got to love this, that, and the other. And I just got angry about it. I thought, well, that's ridiculous. From this position, I cannot adopt that perspective. But we're talking about it from a different perspective now, aren't we? We're looking at it through where we're feeling secure. So now because we feel secure, we can say, oh, we don't need that security.
It's easier, but technically you could do it at any point. You can be homeless sometimes, and that can be a great opening. Eckhart Tolle's experience being, well, I don't think he's quite home, but he kind of stayed in shelters and lived on park benches, and
but that's because that's when he had his moment of enlightenment. He went. That's when he
didn't. Yeah, but it didn't bother him. His homeless condition was not,
because he'd already been enlightened, and so that's why he did that, and he was just kind of living in bliss. And he didn't care, did he? So I feel quite angry, and I know this is quite a common thing to feel angry with, of course, because it really is. It does depend on where you're coming from. And as I say, we're all sitting securely in our homes with plenty of food and bills are paid, and it's easy for us to kind of philosophize about all of this and go, well, actually, we don't need it. But if you go to someone who's really struggling, like someone I know, same to say, someone's father died, and for me, that's not a thing. It's like, so that's part of life, and you'll see him again, whatever. It's all part of the story. But if I said that to her, I don't think she'd take it very well. So I don't know. I don't think there's an answer to what I'm saying, but I just feel a little bit, aggrieved at being so challenging.
Surely it's all an illusion if we're rich or poor. That's just part of our story.
But you can only say that when you've got money. If you haven't got money, you can't.
It's the other way around, isn't it? It's the chicken and the egg.
No, I don't know. I don't know. I don't like say all these people that have been enlightened, they haven't been enlightened. Well, Stephen Donaldson Walsh, is it? Letters from God.
Neil Donald Walsh.
Yeah, him.
Oh, he had his breakthrough when he was homeless for 9 months.
So did Joe Vitale. He had his breakthrough when he was homeless. So yeah, you're right. It does work both ways. I share that.
So you don't need a a level of abundance to like, okay, well, and I'm okay now. So there's no challenge. Often in the people need that. They need the letting go, the sense of something being taken away in order to really advance. I'm going to show you this.
I think it's that word security which triggered me, and I think security is one of the things that I've struggled with. One of the things I'm here to kind of learn about. And then this is it. It's this, that it's not about feeling secure. It's only to understand that it's an illusion. And that I am secure. There's no need to feel it. That I am secure. There's nothing to worry about. Yeah. So that's quite a...
You're secure in your beingness.
Yeah.
That's where your security comes from. And so that might require, in order to get that realization, a period of undoing. So maybe do you want to read paragraph 1 of Development of Trust?
Yeah, we've done this before. I've been through this undoing. Yeah. First, they must go through what might be called a period of undoing. This need not be painful, but is usually so experienced. It seems as if things are being taken away, and it's rarely understood initially. Their lack of value is merely being recognized. How can lack of value be perceived unless the perceiver is in a position where he must see things in a different light? He's not yet at a point at which he can make the shift entirely internally. And so the plan will sometimes call for changes in what seem to be external circumstances. These changes are always helpful. When the teacher of God has learned that much, he goes on to the second stage.
So this is often how it starts for people. There's a sense of a taking away, a period of undoing. So a house, a car, material possessions, might be seen to be taken away. And he's saying it need not be so experienced, but it usually is experienced as pain, because he's not yet at a point at which he can make the shift entirely internally. In other words, the circumstances changing are necessary for him to change his mind about the world. So, there's examples of Joe Vitale, Eckhart Tolle, Neil Donald Walsh. They would probably say that was quite helpful for them in their spiritual journey, that they didn't have a home for a while. They lost their possessions, and that took them in the right direction spiritually. And down the line, they now have homes and they're probably quite comfortable. But that period was this period of undoing for them, which was very necessary in their spiritual growth.
Well, I've been homeless 3 times. So yes, and I can see that really helped me with my understanding of materialism, that it wasn't necessary to have things. They meant nothing at all.
So you've been there, you've learned the lesson. There's nothing to be scared of. If it happened again, well, okay, round number 4 then, here we go. Same, that would only need to happen if you hadn't fully let go and gone, okay,
well, that's why I had to happen 3 times, because I didn't fully let go the first. Okay.
Yeah, and in this world we place so much attention on the material things, and a home is seen to be so important. It's all a status thing. Oh, you're homeless. Oh, that means somehow you're not quite the same as other people. You're separated. You're in a lower status. I think a lot of homeless people, if they really get into it, they quite enjoy the freedom. They're like, oh, wow.
Absolutely do. I've spoken to some, and I know that they do. There's a camaraderie about it, but it goes back to that word safety, which is what the last thing you were looking at. That word safety, about that being an illusion, and that's that we all buy into that illusion, and then so we see someone who's homeless, and we think, well, they're not safe, and then some of them don't feel safe, because they haven't got anywhere to be separate. And in control.
But if you truly let go and you're just in the moment, being homeless could be a very expansive state. Okay, I'm just free. I'm So a lady called Peace. She called herself the Peace Pilgrim, and she just left everything when she was in her 40s and walked around the United States for the next 28 years, just spreading peace. And she lived just, she had no fixed abode. She would just walk around. Sometimes she'd sleep outside. Sometimes she'd sleep on the street. Sometimes she'd be hosted by people, and her mission was peace. And she just went wherever she felt called to do. So, she became homeless, but it was part of her spiritual call to just dedicate her life to, to this being a peace pilgrim, and seemed to, do it quite successfully for 28 years and made an impact on a lot of people's lives, and was quite happy. And then you contrast it with other people in that society. I mean, I think Marilyn Monroe was about the same age, and where she ended up, she had everything materially: famous movie star, famous husbands, clothes, jewelry, and she's so miserable she takes her own life.
Well, that is a conspiracy around that, isn't there? There's people who believe that she didn't actually take her own life.
We don't know, but
we don't know about that.
I think it's pretty certain that she wasn't happy.
Yeah,
that was pretty obvious.
She definitely had some issues.
She was not happy, even though she had everything on the level of form. So Peace Pilgrim gives it all up, nothing, and she's quite happy floating around America just spreading peace. Marilyn Monroe, most famous movie star in the world, has everything materially and is miserable and ends up dead, because of, well, maybe she committed suicide, maybe she got taken out, we don't know, but in the end, the truth is we all kill ourselves. So in the end, Marilyn Monroe committed suicide, whether she actually did the act herself or someone did it for her. She wasn't happy, and I think she wanted out. And so, hence the physical death. That was her escape from the dream.
Robin Williams is probably a better example, because he was someone as well who brought so much joy to so many people. He committed suicide, didn't he? Depression. But then
he couldn't resolve his issues, so taking his own life was.
So some people say that's just a chemical imbalance. So how does that figure into the Course of Miracles, that there's a chemical imbalance in the body?
Well, if we have a look at our integral model, this will explain it. So you've got the interior and the exterior domains of an individual. So the chemical imbalance sits on the exterior, in the observed behaviors, things that can be observed in the body. Now, what science has done, medical science says, oh well, the causation is the chemical imbalance. So that's the problem. Therefore, we fix it on that level with drugs.
Oh yeah.
Correct the imbalance.
I get it.
But that's incorrect, because actually causation is in the mind. The chemical imbalance is an observed outcome of an imbalance in the mind. So work on the mind, and the chemical imbalance should correct itself.
Okay. Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot for a moment.
Good to be reminded, isn't it?
I keep slipping back. I know these things, and I slip back and I get caught in it again, and then I've got to come out again.
No, well, we just keep reminding, where we at, and how does this actually work? It's inside out, not outside in.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
So temporarily you might say, okay, well, if someone is having a schizophrenic episode, maybe a drug just to stabilize them, to bring them into some kind of position where you could start talking to them and start working on this inner world, possibly could be justified, but certainly not the way they use them in Western Western psychiatry. Not at all, because they just stick people on and go, that's the treatment modality, the drugs are going to sort it out. No, all you're doing is managing the problem. You haven't really dealt with the real problem, which is the patient's split mind, and there hasn't really been any healing there. So the chemical imbalance is a result of the split mind.
Yeah.
So a very, very different way of, if you really start to understand the truth, then you see how solutions would be very different. Our society would work very differently if it was inside out directed rather than outside in. Entire industry.
We wouldn't have films and TV and all of that. We wouldn't have any of those stories. There wouldn't be all these dramas. We wouldn't have any of that.
Well, we might, but it would be, these are teaching devices, and many movies are made for a purpose. It wouldn't just be frivolous entertainment. It's like we make the movie because we want to tell a story, because there's a lesson in that for people, and there's learning, and there's many movies like that. There would be movies probably that wouldn't be made because they're just frivolous entertainment, and there's not really any deeper meaning to them. But things would be different, and it would be more about the meaning and the purpose underlying than the form. That's the kind of society we'd live in, which could only be better than this one that we currently have. So just to go back here, so this might be useful. I welcome the opportunity, even if painful, that my minute-to-minute experience offers me to become aware of the addictions I must reprogram, to be liberated from my robot-like emotional patterns. So this speaks to attachment versus addiction. And then he says, maybe you want to read that, yeah? How do you spot your addictions?
How do you spot your addiction? It's easy. You just notice the desires and expectations that you use to make yourself feel upset in various life situations. By tuning into your minute-by-minute stream of consciousness, discover the addictions that make you feel worried, anxious, resentful, frustrated, afraid, angry, bored, etc. You thus use very uncomfortable emotion as an opportunity for consciousness growth.
Okay, makes sense.
I think I'm quite good at that.
And then Sally, if you want to read the next paragraph.
Everyone and everything around you is your teacher. If your washing machine won't work, you are being checked out on your ability to peacefully accept the unacceptable. If you are addicted to your appliances always working, you will suffer. If you prefer them to operate well, you will not compound your problem by superimposing your uncomfortable emotions on the here and now realities of repairing them. That is so apt.
Here's your answer.
Wow.
So you don't make a problem of it by superimposing your uncomfortable emotions, the here and now realities of repairing them. So I mean, I'll give you a good exactly. This happened to me. I was driving down one night to a city called Durban in South Africa. It's about a 6-hour drive from where I was going. It was 10:30 at night. It was kind of a bit cold and blustery, and then suddenly I get a puncture, and so immediately resist, like how can this happen? This is terrible. My sister's going to be upset because she's waiting for me and she wants to go to bed, and it's going to delay me, and the whole story for a minute or two, like resistance arising. And then because I'd been doing this work for a while, something in me just said, no, just accept it. It's okay. It is as it is. So what do you have to do? And what I had to do was just unpack my boot and get a spare wheel out and change the tire, which I'd actually never done on my own before. I'd had breakdowns before, but there'd always been other people, so it was kind of a joint effort. So it's kind of like, okay, well, I think I know how to do this, and so I did it in 20 minutes, half an hour, and got back on the road. And then driving out, I actually felt a great sense of satisfaction. I was like, oh, I'm actually quite pleased that happened, because it was difficult, and I let it go in my mind, and I just was very present, and I did what I needed to do. So I didn't superimpose my uncomfortable emotions on the here and now reality of doing what I needed to do. I just did what I needed to do. Okay, well, you need to change the tire, otherwise you're going to be stuck here until the morning. And I just got on with the job. And then once I dropped the resistance, there was no problem. It wasn't a problem. I just got busy and did what I needed to do. So that's a good example of how this can work in practice. You do what you need to do on the level of form, without any of the negative thoughts and emotions that the ego specializes in. If I'd been cursing the whole way, I might have done it, but if I was resisting, then it probably would have taken me longer, and the experience would have been an unpleasant experience. But because I was in acceptance, the experience was actually quite enjoyable. At the end of it, I was driving away, and I realized I actually quite enjoyed that. Because I got into acceptance. So Eckhart Tolle talks about 3 levels, 3 modalities of conscious doing. Acceptance being foundational. If you can't get to acceptance, then you're in resistance, then you're in ego. But if you can just accept it, even if you're not going, oh well, I'm actively enjoying this, that's level 1 of conscious operation in the world. Level 2 is a sense of active enjoyment. I'm actually really enjoying this, and there's a feeling of pleasure of I'm enjoying this process, this activity. And I kind of got that as an after effect of acceptance. And number 3 would be enthusiasm. Number 3 would be, wow, this is part of my my life purpose, and this is my ultimate mission, and I'm really excited and inspired about this, and I enjoy the moment. But there's a a sense of a greater purpose unfolding. So an example could be, you're climbing Mount Everest, and you have this lifelong kind of dream to go to Everest and see the top, and you enjoy the climbing process, but there's just that sense of, I'm going somewhere with this. that's kind of enthusiasm, God in you, still in the moment, but a sense of a kind of a destiny unfolding. So that might be useful, that 3-level conception of conscious doing in this context. And you can see how that's related to letting go of attachment. At the basic level, if you have attachments, addictions, as he calls them, you're not going to be in acceptance. You're going to be in resistance all the time, because you're going to superimpose your addictions and your uncomfortable emotions onto whatever's happening here and now, and you cover over the now and that feeling of open, expansive awareness with those addictions continuously. So how people who are very attached to things and people in this world tend to operate their lives in an addictive way, and that's very dysfunctional. So acceptance and letting go of attachments and just having preferences instead of attachments go hand in glove. Do you see that?
So I have to go in a minute. I'll just share an example. I used to have a Type 2 Volkswagen camper. It broke down every time I went out. It broke down. And one of my sons, we broke down near a bridge. So actually, obviously, take the kids out of the car, and he was looking on the motorway. So he enjoyed it. He made it fun for the kids. Anyway, asking them a little while later, where do they want to go? My son said, I want to go back to that place. And it wasn't a place we'd visited, it was a place we broke down, so we couldn't really take him there. But he didn't remember that, the whatever we attached to it. But as a child and innocent, he just saw the fun of it all. It was really interesting, just sort of seeing that. So just need to be more childlike, don't we?
Yeah.
In our attachments.
Let go of the expectations.
Yeah.
How you think it should be, and acceptance,
being in that moment,
surrender. Acceptance is surrender. Okay, I'm letting go of my expectations, and the situation is as it is, and it's okay. And if I need to take action, then I'll take action. I need to fix my washing machine or fix my car, or do something. I'll do it, but I'm not letting the dysfunctional ego emotions and thoughts come in and sabotage my peace of mind. No, I'll just do what I need to do. And then you're in flow. Life just flows quite easily. Things, what other people would call problems, can arise, but if you don't have attachments, then they're not really problems. They're just situations you need to deal with here and now, and you can do them in a very peaceful, accepting way.
Well, as it says, opportunity for conscious growth, isn't it? So
paradoxically, you need those. Often need those situations to happen to grow.
Well, I guess if we weren't,
how do you know?
Once you've reached that state of enlightenment, you're not getting them anymore. But as you're growing to get to that state of enlightenment, you need those situations to, as you say, you do have to have them.
You might still have them. You know, there's that famous Zen thing: before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. You're still doing what you need to do. You know, solving problems on the level of form, chopping wood, carrying water. But you're not bothered by it anymore. It's not like, oh, I'm chopping wood, carrying water again. It's just chop wood, carry water. Just do it without, any just acceptance. So that's the state we're trying to get into. You still have some challenges on the level of form because it's form, and form, it's not eternity. Things have to be done, and problems seem to crop up. But they're not really problems if you don't see them as problems. You just flow with them. And so, these sort of mastering these first three pathways, discovering what your consciousness dominating addictions are, being able to look at them and how they create your illusory version of the changing world, people and situations around you, and then just welcoming them, saying, okay, well, this is an opportunity for learning and growth, to let go of some of my programming. This is the start of spiritual growth and enlightenment. And this is why it's pathways 1 to 3. You start with baby steps. Okay, well, let's start with my attitude towards my appliances and my car and things like that. And then I'll start upgrading into relationships and beingness and higher ways. So yeah, I hope it's been useful. I mean, there's no ultimate answers, but these ideas can be very useful. And in the end, it's about applying it into your own life and feeling that you're accepting and you're at peace no matter what.
Thank you so much. I'm going to have to go because I've got to get ready. I really appreciate it. Thank you for having car issues, Sally.
Pleasure. Anytime.
Bye. Thanks then. I'll see you soon. Bye. Thank you.
Namaste. Okay, so
what came up for me while we were talking was that I realized I had a fear of depending on people. I had a fear of future fear of stress of not having a car. And the highlights for me is a story. When you're in the story of something, it's resistance to the now. I'd forgotten that. And into the mix of resistance to public transport. And then when you said make the decision to be in the now, in flow, to be able to grow, was very important. And then doing it with a different energy. So they're all absolutely big subjects, aren't they? They're all subjects on their own right, to be able to just be present in the now and be centered in the flow. Can't really go wrong then, can you?
No, you can't. And this is why the mystics and the masters, they simplify their life, because they just, I don't need all this stuff that people say I need. I'm just happy and in flow. And if I'm chopping wood and carrying water, and that's my, that's what I do, then that's what I do, and that's okay. I'm not ever projecting myself out of the now. That's really the key. I'm not saying, oh, well, I would be in a better state if this weren't happening now. The highest level of enlightenment is simply accepting moment by moment. Okay, this is what's happening now, and I'm at peace now. I'm okay now. I'm in peace and happiness and flow right now, and I don't need anything else to change. See, so then you've dropped all expectation, haven't you? No expectation, no desire. There's no craving. There's no, oh, I'm not okay as I am anymore. See. Whereas if there's any kind of resistance, we're saying, oh, no, I'm not okay as I am. I'll be better off sometime in the future if something changed. And that subtle desire and expectation is the source of what the Buddha noticed. He called it suffering. He said, this is dukkha. This causes endless suffering, this dissatisfaction with life, because it's never quite okay. You're never happy now, because your mind is always telling you a story that it's going to be better in the future. So now you're craving for some other state. And when you arrive at that state, guess what? You're not happy at that point, because the mind's pattern is to crave and to desire. And so that moves you away from the acceptance of who you really are right now, just being happy as I am right now. So there is a way of operating in the world, and people will say, if you're attached to the ego, so, well, how will you ever get anything done? If you never had a desire to do anything, how would you do anything? But if you are directed by the spirit will guide you. The chop wood, carry water idea of the Zen masters is that if you need to chop wood and carry water, you will be directed to do so, and you will do it in the moment without resisting it, without desiring it. That's what I'm doing right now, and I'm completely present and in fact happy and fulfilled in that moment, because I'm completely present. There's nothing else. I'm not thinking about the future. I'm not even thinking about, oh, well, I'm chopping wood because I need firewood because I need to keep myself warm. You see, I'm not even that's the interesting thing. You don't actually have to be motivated by the apparent outcome on the level of form. The ego is always going to tell you, oh, well, you're only chopping wood because you need firewood, and if you don't have firewood, you're going to get cold. But with the spirit, it would just be like, okay, time to chop wood. Something would be like, need to chop wood. So then the master would go, I just chop wood, and I'm very, very, very present in that. And I'm not thinking about the future and the wood. And then when it comes to carry the wood and stack it, then that's what I'm doing then. And so one thing, leads to another, leads to another. And actually it is possible to operate in life like that.
Yeah.
You might have there's a little part of your mind that says, okay, well, there's some firewood that's necessary, I guess. But actually I'm so rooted in the now that it's just, okay, well, this is what I need to do now. And I'm not really focusing on future outcome at all. So my present inspiration is directing me in the flow. And that's being in the flow state, and that's being unattached, and that's not having, these desires and expectations or attachments. And so you can see how it all gels together. And as you say, it is a massive subject just to live this way. I mean, this is what Zen is really about. They're saying, just, be present in the moment. And people go into monasteries and they study this for years and years and years, and they can take years and years and years of contemplation to really become a Zen master, because it's so simple that it's elusive. The mind's like, oh, always wanting to go somewhere else, and the Zen master's like, no, it's just, one Zen master said, it's be here now, just do what you're doing 100% now. That's it. That's the essence of Zen. Do whatever you're doing right now. And that's happiness in action. That's flow, which is very much connected to letting go of your ego's attachments to how you think things should be.
Yeah, it's like a living meditation, isn't it? And I notice when I'm in that state and I'm doing something, I'm quite flabbergasted by the things I end up doing, like I think I said to you once before, I might have just 5 minutes and I end up cleaning windows and cutting back bushes and things in the now, not because, like you say, it needs doing, just because I am, and so you do get things done. It isn't a case you don't feel like doing anything. Actually, the flow takes you through life far more efficiently in that.
Yeah. And then on the level of form, there's some quite useful outcomes, but you didn't do it because you wanted the outcome. That's the point. If you become outcome oriented, that moves you out of flow straight away. So this is why it's an art form, because it's so easy to start doing, and then you start getting outcome attached, and then you move out of flow, and then the ego mind's hijacked the activity again. And this is what we're training our minds to do. Like, can I just be directed by spirit, moment by moment, in the flow, and everything happens in that state of mind. Everything's just flowing, and that feels very expanded, very joyful. And it's the most effective way. That energy that anything carries, done in a truly present flow state, is a high quality energy. The outcome on the level of form is going to be higher quality than if you were attached to the outcome and you were doing it because you wanted a certain outcome. And there's no reason why you can't always be that. Even if you've got, a trip to plan for, you've got work to do on the level of form. We say, oh well, there's certain exceptions. No, they're not really. It's just like, yeah, okay, I have a feeling that that's the right time to do this. So let me get on and do it. And I'm very present in what I'm doing, and I'm very flowing. And then when that activity is over, then I flow to another one. And then it's time to cook a meal. Okay, well, I'll cook a meal and I'll flow with that. And moment by moment, you flow through life with the spirit directing everything. And that's the enlightened way of living. That's being in flow continuously. And then your life is a moving meditation. Your life becomes meditative. You're in this connected, flowing state all the time. And there's a lot of peace and a lot of happiness and a lot of joy in living that way. Your higher purpose is to be in the flow. So you don't need an outcome in future. It's like, my purpose is moment by moment to be in this flow state and to be connected to the spirit and coming from the spirit. So purpose becomes, well, right here, right now, I'm in the flow. And it all merges into this oneness, this one experience that's very happy and flowing and functional and joyful. And this is the miracle. This is to be miracle minded. That's why, when he says A Course in Miracles, what he's really talking about is that flow state, being in that flow state all the time. The miracle is just the Course's term for flow, or they call it in Taoism, Wu Wei. There's various terms for the state of mind, but it's to be miracle minded, to be in the flow with the spirit directing, and you're in the flow with life, and life can be a very happy dream. Then you see how it all comes together beautifully when all these concepts kind of coalesce into this one reality of, yes, I am actually in flow, and you feel it and you experience it. Then you're living the Course. You're living in the miracle minded state, and that's what we're training our minds to experience more and more of.
Just talking feels very flowy.
Yeah,
it's just nice experiencing the feeling of it now.
Or just talking about it can connect you into it. And it's really a feeling. If you can get good at observing that feeling and noticing when you're going out of that feeling, so you can bring yourself back. This is the subtle awareness that we're training ourselves for. So, okay, am I in flow here, or has the ego come in and there's some expectation going on here? And one of the canaries in the coal mine, so to speak, or in the gold mine, is attachment. Is any kind of attachment to a worldly outcome. As soon as you start getting attached to form, you start going, oh no, that form's, the form outcome's important to me. That is enough to take you out of flow, because you now have an expectation on the level of form. That expectation then is a form of attachment, and if your expectation isn't met, then you're going to suffer because your expectation wasn't met. So it's really important that you're vigilant for your mind, going into form outcomes. We talked about this again, but the exterior, are you desiring an observed behavior, performance outcome, over the interior domain of, well, what's the experience? Am I happy and in flow now? Am I feeling peaceful now? Because that's where you want to be, and then you want to let this direct your behavior, not the other way around. As soon as you go, I want the level of this outcome on the level of form, there's a subtle attachment, an expectation that that's going to make you happier than you currently are. And then you move away from the flow, you move away from the now, and you're saying, I'm not actually that happy. The more I desire for something to be as it's not, the more I'm saying I'm not happy now. And this is what the Buddha noticed, the source of all suffering is desire. And it's so subtle, you really need to train your mind to observe that. To tune in to, the subtle, okay, yes, I'm just going out of the now here. I'm starting to get attached to an outcome on the level of form, and that's creating some anxiety, so it's moving me out of this now state. Okay, but as soon as I clock that, I can correct, can't I? So the miracle is then the correction. Okay, well, I can let it go, do a little breath break, remind myself of the lesson, connect in with the source that's present here and now, feel that, connect with that, let go of the expectation. Okay, I'm okay now. So now what should I do? I might do the same thing. I might do exactly the same thing, but my state of mind in doing it is going to be different. And that's really the key. How you do it, not the outcome on the level of form. But the ego is just like, it's so crude that it's like, well, as long as you get the outcome on the level of form that you want, that's okay. It doesn't matter how you do it. But it absolutely does matter how you do it, because your happiness is dependent on your moment by moment experience. So the ego will be like, well, just grind your way through life, get the outcome you want, and then you get some momentary satisfaction. But actually you're really in resistance, and you're not happy at all during the process of it, and it thinks that's an acceptable way to live, and it really isn't, because you're just going to be on the hedonic treadmill, striving always to attain some kind of happiness in the future, and never actually getting there, and that's suffering. That's ongoing suffering that it's setting you up for. So although this is subtle, it really does matter, because this is going to primarily influence the whether you're going to be happy moment by moment in your life or not. This is what it comes down to. Just the subtlety of, can I let go and be in the moment, and let go of my expectations and attachments, or am I allowing myself to be led by the level of form and my desire for an outcome on the level of form? And it's one or the other. You can't really mix those two. They're different thought systems and different ways of operating, as you would expect from the Course's teaching. Because he's saying, well, you can't reconcile the spirit and the ego. They're opposite thought systems, and they're opposite modalities of ways of being in the world. Okay, so any other thoughts on that? I think we've quite comprehensively covered that subject.
So it's not to let go of the car to be happy. It's to be happy and have no attachment to the car, and to be moment by moment in the experience, in the now, to be happy. Yeah.
And if you have a car, that's okay.
Yeah.
You have a car, and if you don't have a car, that would be equally okay. See?
Yeah, it just feels very neutral now. Yeah, very cool. So grateful. I mean, that is like, you've given like the meaning of life there, really, haven't you? So that's cool.
Well, this is the essence of Buddhism and Zen, and I mean, it's all there. In these Eastern teachings talk about it, but the Course is talking about the same thing, just using different language. It's talking about miracles, being miracle-minded, and the happy dream, rather than things like flow and attachment, and but it's all the same. Okay, so shall we have a little look at today's quote, and there's a bit of teaching, and then we'll go into today's lesson.
Okay, the quote for the day. We know how much God loves us, and we have put our trust in his love. God is love, and all who live in love live in God, and God lives in them.
And that's one of the most famous quotes from the Bible, actually. John, God is love, which is probably the truest thing that's said anywhere in the Bible, in these couple of sentences. God is love. All who live in love live in God, and God lives in them. I mean, how simple. That somehow got lost in translation in the Christian. Most Christians don't actually live that way, do they? But such a simple teaching. So God is love, and when you experience this love, then God is in you. God lives in you, and that's the living God. It becomes it's not some false concept, mental conception of God. This is a living experience, which is exactly what we've been talking about. When you're in the flow, you're in that open, expansive awareness. That's love, and that love is now directing you moment by moment to do whatever it is that you need to do on the level of form. But God is in you. God is directing it, and this is the inspired life. that we're being asked to live, called to live, really. So any thoughts on that quote?
I like the picture that came with it. I like the picture of dad and child in bed. It makes it, yeah, I mean, we all know that feeling if you've got children or had children or hung out with children, that it's that unconditional love feeling, isn't it, of connection. So it really, that picture really worked for me.
Yeah, well, I try and choose them to add some, add a dimension to the quote. It's like, oh, okay, the picture, picture speak 1,000 words. So if you can get a feeling from the picture related to the quote, then it's doing its job, isn't it? It's like, okay, there's a deeper, because I think quotes can be, people can get a bit blasé. It's like just the quote, the words, okay, yeah. But I put images to them because it's okay. Can you make it into a mental, emotional experience that moves you? That quote can move you into another place in your experience. So I'm very happy that picture was. I tried to be guided by the Spirit in selecting them. So
good choice.
Glad it worked for you. Okay. So today's quote.
Today's quote from the New Testament speaks of the greatest form of love, which is agape. Is it agape? Do you say agape or agape?
Agape, I think is how you say it.
Agape, or divine love. This is a love that is unconditional, which means that it's given irrespective of a person's personality or worldly role or what they have done or not done in this world. Therefore, shall I carry on?
Yeah. Any thoughts on that so far?
I grew up with conditional love, and it took me a long while to understand what unconditional love was. But I guess that was a good learning.
Most of us did.
Yeah.
Unconditional love is very rare. It's a nice phrase, unconditional love. But how many people can actually do that? Very few, because it requires a lot of. You've had to have become enlightened. Essentially, if you can unconditionally love, you're enlightened. That's the equation. Which means you've had to undo all of your ego's dysfunctions, your personal identity, and you just operate in this loving state, this agape love. No personal investment in the outcome, in the any of the human drama, and so you're not attached to what they've done or not done in the world. Okay, it doesn't matter. I'm able to see beyond that, beyond your personality, your worldly role, any kind of form identity you have, and I just see the very essence of you. You're the spirit of love, and you're the same spirit that I am, and I honor that. Namaste, as I see you as you really are. This is the unconditional love, which is a very high state of mind. It sounds simple, just unconditional love, but I mean the depth of your realization you've had to stay in unconditional love is it's enlightenment. So unconditional love, genuine unconditional love, is full enlightenment.
Yeah, so I suppose expecting our parents to be enlightened is a bit of a stretch, isn't it? So we probably weren't going to get unconditional love, were we?
No. That's part of our own healing, is to look at that and say, well, this was special love because it was all conditional. It was like, I love you if you do things a certain way, but not if you do things another way. Well, that's now love is conditional, and then we grow up as conditioned individuals through that conditioning because we believed in those conditions of love, and then our thoughts and our emotions and our behavior is shaped according to those conditions. Oh, well, I'll do things that apparently get me approval and love, and I'll avoid doing things that don't. And so now I become conditioned out of unconditional love into patterns that are not actually helpful. These are the egoic patterns that drive us. Okay, so you want to continue?
Therefore, it is not special in any way and denies the specialness that the ego or belief in separation wants to make in every relationship and situation to confirm the illusion of its separate identity. Instead, it perceives that the person or people in the situation are really one and the same as you, because the same life essence gives everyone life.
Well, so you look beyond. The idea of specialness is separation, and specialness go hand in hand. So you're special, I'm special, creates a separation by definition, doesn't it? Because I can only be special if I'm separate. So specialness and separation go hand in glove. And when we recognize that there's only really one life essence, or one loving presence, call it whatever you want, that is the fundamental awareness that gives everyone life. This is what gives them any kind of existence at all. And it's the same essence. Then all specialness collapses. It's one life essence, one loving presence that's behind all life. How can anyone then be more special than anyone else? Possible
I
if
remember
you stay rooted in that.
I remember Iona said on one of these calls that Sandy, that we used to do the trainings with, shouted in one of the workshops, "You're not special." And I could picture when Iona said it, I imagine Sandy doing it. And I was like, that was a good memory that she shared, because I thought, oh yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, these little moments that embed in us, don't they?
And it's a really important point, because if you're special, then you're an ego. It's as simple as that. If you're special, then you're an individual. You're an ego. Identify with your ego identity. Then you're separate, and the whole Pandora's box of the ego comes with that. So when people go, "Oh, it's not such a big deal to be special," no, it's a huge deal. It's massive. This is your whole identity. This is what brought your whole world into being. The world of the ego is based on this misconception of specialness. So it's a massive, and one little bit of specialness is enough to take you out of oneness. So just one idea of specialness is enough, and then the ego's in business. So this is why we have to be really vigilant. Oh, well, I'm 95% there, but the 5% specialness is okay. No, it's absolutely not. Okay. It's all got to go. It's either perfect oneness or it's specialness and separation, and never the twain shall meet. Okay, so I'm going to carry on. The way to induce this perception.
The way to induce this perception and feel the unconditional love that inevitably comes from it is simple. Let go of every thought and emotion that blocks your awareness of it. These blocks to the awareness of love's presence, as Yeshua calls them in the introduction to the Course in Miracles text: sin, guilt, fear, sadness, anger, I missed anger, sadness, and any other negative thought or emotion are all that stand between you and the sublime experience of unconditional love. I'll just write anger down because I obviously missed that for a reason.
Yeah. It's interesting to clock what you omit. Yeah. I notice actually it happens quite often. People read and they skip words. It's so interesting. And for whatever reason, they'll skip a word. They'll miss out on that, and you go, well, why did you read the rest of the sentence and not that? It's always worth observing if you do that.
Yeah, I know why. I'm not comfortable with anger, obviously.
Really? Yeah, I mean, if there's an issue there, and often the ego. Remember, the ego strategy is just don't observe it, don't be aware of it, and then you gloss over it, and you don't have to deal with it. It's telling you that's going to keep you safe, but actually it just keeps whatever the issue is in place.
I've done some work on it, but I think growing up with parents that expressed a lot of anger, it made me do the opposite and repress anger. Growing up feeling this story of I don't want to be like my parents. But anger can be really powerful, can't it? It can be really empowering. So to suppress it would just take me down to powerlessness. So yeah, I'll work on feeling uncomfortable with anger.
Well, the anger's useful to look at. I mean, it's a powerful emotion. It can move us, but you don't want to indulge in it. It's like let's bring it into awareness. Okay, feel it temporarily, so that I get in touch with it. Okay, that's what's going on. I'm not suppressing it or repressing it. I'm really observing it, and in that conscious observation, conscious awareness with the spirit, then I can start making another choice to let it go and saying I don't actually really like this feeling. It's not a nice feeling. It disturbs my peace. So do I want this? Do I want to continue on with this feeling, or am I willing to let it go now? And then you can make the choice to let it go, which is what we're trying to do with all of this. But if you don't become aware of it to start with, then you can't let it go. So then it maintains in your subconscious, just seething away there, and then subtly influencing all of your perceptions and behaviors. That anger. If you've ever lived with an angry person, it permeates through their entire everything. Their way of being. There's this anger underneath there. You can sense it, and at any point they're ready to for that anger to arise, and for them to get triggered into irritation, frustration, or outright rage. So just be aware of it in yourself, and be willing to be aware of it and let it go, as with all the other emotions, these blocks. So the whole methodology, it's really simple. It's why we repeat it over and over again. Just become aware of what the blocks are, and then you can choose to let them go. It couldn't be simpler. This course is very, very simple. Become aware of the blocks, and second step is to choose to let them go. And somehow that's very challenging for humans. Isn't it interesting that such a simple two-step process is seemingly so difficult, and we have to spend years studying this stuff, and just to get the simplicity of, okay, just become aware of it, and if it doesn't serve you, let it go. It's because the ego is our self-concept is so attached to those negative thoughts and emotions. It's made up of those, that to let them go feels like we're letting go of ourselves.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why we struggle with it. Unconditional love comes when you're willing to let go of all of these thoughts and emotions, and surrender into the sublime experience of an unconditional love that just feels so peaceful and joyful and happy, and there's no conditions there. It's just love in its essence. You're experiencing it. So next one.
Why would you resist this experience? Only because you value your special ego identity over the experience of divine or unconditional love. This is the simple choice we all make in the end, and forgiveness, or letting go of all the blocks to the awareness of love's presence that show up in response to people and events that come into our lives to trigger them, is the way we make this choice. Yeah, all the awkward people we meet are God's gift, aren't they?
Because they trigger the arising of the blocks. So they are your friends. They are helping you on your journey. Without them, this is the genius of the course. It's a total reinterpretation of the ego's world, saying, well, what you resisted and what you thought was bad is actually really good, because it's showing you the blocks that you need to become aware of that have now been triggered in you. They were already there. They were just subconscious. You weren't aware of them. Now this person, situation, circumstance, or event has triggered them to arise, and that's very, very helpful, because now you can become aware of them, and now you can consciously let them go using this forgiveness or letting go process, and be free of them. So instead of them lurking in your subconscious, directing your thoughts and words and actions subconsciously, you've now brought it into conscious awareness, and you've let it go, and you're free of it. It's cleaned out of your subconscious mind, so you're free of that energy. So it's so simple. I mean, could it be simpler? Really, really simple. But to do it requires a lot of mind training, because we are trained, conditioned to believe that the level of form is true, and if something bad, as we judge it on the level of form, is happening, this is bad, and this should be avoided and resisted, and and then we go into the victim story. Well, why is this happening to me? And the world is unfair, and I'm being unfairly treated, and we have a whole story, a whole misinterpretation of what the situation is really for. And we do the mind training just to untrain our minds from that misinterpretation. so that we can interpret it correctly and say, no, no, this is good, bring it on, this is very helpful, because this is what I want the blocks to arise, and it might be uncomfortable temporarily, but long term, this is helping me to free myself from all of it. This is taking me to enlightenment and a happy dream. So of course I want this, bring it on. So I'm not scared of anything, and no trigger is avoided. If someone's triggering me, I don't blame the person or the situation. I accept it as what it is. This is really a useful lesson for me right now. And just to have that switch, to be able to reinterpret all of our experiences that way, is really the miracle. That's why we mind train. That's why we do all the lessons. Like, okay, just switch it over and see it differently. And then you can let go by default. You know, letting go becomes obvious if you've changed your perception of it. But the block in our perception is that we don't want to see it that way. We want to see it as a negative, and we want to see it as us being unfairly treated, and we want to see it from our victim identity. And that misperception stops any healing from happening. So this is why we do the mind training, to just be able, in the moment when we're tempted, to be able to shift it and say, oh, actually, I can see this correctly. I can see what it's really for. And I can apply this theory into my life in a very practical way to help me to let this go and be free of it. So I'm not suffering anymore. So as I say, the theory is simple, but you know, it does require diligent practice and perseverance, because our egos resist letting go of these blocks for dear life, because these blocks are their life. That's the whole point. The resistance, the blocks to the awareness of love's presence, sin and guilt and fear and attack thoughts and whatever else it's invented, those blocks are what make up the ego's thought system. That is its existence. That is its life. So you starting to let go of that feels like the ego's dying, and it's going to try and hang on to those for dear life. But this is why we train continuously, daily mind training lessons, daily practice, because it's such a deep-seated program. The victim program, and I'm going to respond from my human self, and I'm going to get upset, and that's so deep-seated in our minds that we need constant training to overcome it. So we can experience the love, peace, happiness, gratitude, and other great gifts that such radical forgiveness or letting go brings. And it's interesting that we call it radical, you know, and that's seen as somehow dangerous in our society. To actually do something that works is radical. It's insane. Well, I guess this is the insane world of the ego. Oh no, we'll do things that don't work, and we'll call that somehow normal. But if it really works, then it's called radical. Because it's getting to the root of it, right? It comes from the Latin word radix, which means root. So if you really get to the root of something and you undo it, then you're called radical in this world. So Jesus was a radical teacher because what he did actually worked. As opposed to doing things that don't work. Like that makes any sense. Oh, well, I'll do a whole lot of things that don't work, and that's somehow now normal and not radical. You got to laugh at the ego. It's quite funny. Okay, so a bit of teaching there. Any thoughts, comments, questions on any of that?
No, it's all very cool. I've made a note to do some work on my brother. He's a very helpful teacher.
Okay.
I'll let a miracle in there. I thought I'd done my work with him, but actually while you were talking about unconditional love and stuff, just popped into my head to do a bit more work on that.
Yeah, well, that's all you can do. You can see there's a lack of unconditional love. There's any kind of denial of this perfect love's presence. Then there's work. Just some letting go in your own mind to do.
Yeah. And quite pleasurable as well, isn't it? Because every time you do it, you're getting closer and closer to your true self happiness, you know, the constant happiness. It feels to me like when I first started on this journey, it was like a uphill struggle. But now I feel like it's when I do find something like the car or my brother, it's like, oh, I can do some work on that. It feels like an opening, a doorway, an opportunity.
Yeah. Exactly, and that's how you should see it. Oh, this is good. This is what my life is about. Really, I learn from these seeming obstacles, and I grow spiritually, and this is what life is for. So there's some kind of illusion that the ego has that life should always be going along swimmingly and merrily, and everything should just be hunky dory. And I mean, that's just totally unrealistic, isn't it? But that's what life should be. And then if you think that that's what life should be, that's your model, you continuously going to be upset and frustrated because it's not that. And it never has been that in entire human history. It's always been challenging. It's always been difficult, punctuated by maybe rare moments where everything's going swimmingly, but that's unusual. There's always challenges in life. So you go, okay, well, if I accept that life is meant to challenge me, as Eckhart Tolle says, that life is meant to challenge me and so that I can grow, and that's my model of life. It's a much better way of approaching life than, oh, life should always be going swimmingly and fulfilling all my expectations on the level of form, because that's a disastrous model of life. You're going to continuously be upset and wondering why life isn't meeting your expectations. Because maybe your expectations are wrong. Maybe you just got it all wrong. Your expectation of what life should be is completely wrong. So drop the expectation and you can actually find happiness. Okay, so that brings us to our today's a review. So I thought, well, maybe we can just have a look at the review, because the lesson's really short, just a couple of lines. But the introduction.
Can we just have a 2-minute break?
Yeah, sure, no problem.
Do something just for 2 minutes. Be back in a minute.
Okay, no problem. I'll get a cup of tea. Get this sorted. Alrighty. Okay. So let's have a little look at the lesson. So this is the introduction to I think we're on review 5 already. All right. Let's have a look. Workbook review 5, introduction. Yeah. So introduction to review 5. So let's do some reading and translation, shall we? Introduction to review 5. So we now review again.
We now review again. This time we are ready to give more effort and more time to what we undertake. We recognize we are preparing for another phase of understanding. We will take this step completely, and we may go on again, more certain, more sincere, with faith upheld more surely. Our footsteps have not been unwavering. Doubts have made us walk uncertainly and slowly on the road of this course. This course sets free. But now we hasten on, for we approach. Whoops.
Sorry. Get the recording going.
Hi, Lynn.
Hello.
How are you, Lynn?
Hi.
Welcome back.
Thanks. I keep coughing, so I do apologise.
It's okay. No problem. So we're just starting with today's lesson. It's a review lesson, so there's a bit of introduction, which we're going to read, and then the lesson's very short, just a review lesson. We'll do a meditation on it. So you came in a good time.
Okay.
Hmm.
Thanks to
That's
Sally.
that's because I shouted upstairs.
Right, did you?
Come on, Lynn.
Did you? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, do you want to start again, Sally? I was very interrupted.
Sorry.
We now review again. This time we are ready to give more effort, more time to what we undertake. We recognize we are preparing for another phase of understanding. We will take this step completely, that we may go on again, more certain, more sincere, with faith upheld more surely. Our footsteps have not been unwavering, and doubts have made us walk uncertainly and slowly on the road this course sets forth. But now we hasten on, and we approach a greater certainty, a firmer purpose, and a surer goal.
Okay, so nice. I like these reviews because he's just giving us a bit of encouragement and instruction on the path. Saying, okay, so this is where we are in the process, and just preparing for the next little part of the journey ahead. We're going ahead with a greater certainty, a firmer purpose, a surer goal, and acknowledges that our footsteps have not been unwavering. Doubts have made us walk, and certainly and slowly on the road this course sets forth. But now, it's time to pick up the pace, and it's like a little giving us a little pep talk on the side of the road, isn't it? Okay, come guys, we've been a bit slow this last section, but let's pick up the pace, and where we're going is going to be amazing, and it's a greater certainty, and you have a firm purpose and a sure goal, and its destination is worth it. So he's kind of coaching us with these little review sections, which I think the course would be the poorer without it. He's taking us on a journey, and he's pausing every now and then, saying, okay, so let's just review where we are, and give us a little bit of a pep talk, a little bit of motivation to continue. Okay, so any thoughts on that paragraph? Pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
Set the scene. So,
apparently we're more certain, but I'll take its word for it that we're more certain now than we were. But yeah, sure, okay.
well, it's like the more we believe that, the more it becomes so, doesn't it? So he's actually planting the seed in our mind and saying, okay, go on, and then you start to believe it. Okay, actually, I do have a greater certainty and a firmer purpose and a surer goal. I might have been wavering, but I'm actually, I'm now 170 lessons. I'm almost halfway into this course. I'm actually really feeling the call to, continue. And my initial resistance is over with.
Yeah, good point. Because if I believe I'm uncertain, I'll be uncertain. If I believe I'll be certain.
That's how it goes. Yeah.
Mm.
So let's copy this. So Lynn, if you would like to read the next one, steady our feet to our Father.
Sorry, where am I reading from?
Steady our feet.
Okay. Steady our feet, our Father. Let our doubts be quiet and our holy minds be still and speak to us. We have no words to give to you. We would but listen to your word and make it ours. Lead our practicing as does a father lead a child along a way he does not understand. Yet does he follow, sure that he is safe because his father leads the way for him.
Okay. So let's have a look, do a bit of translation, shall we? Steady our feet, our Father. You probably wouldn't know how we translate that, so maybe Sally can help you there.
Source.
So we're addressing the source of our mind. Steady our feet. What actually we could do is we could make this in the first person. I always think a prayer is much more powerful if it's first person. Steady my feet, my source. Let my doubts be quiet. What do you think? First person? I quite like that.
Yeah, sure. You're making it dark, highlighted, because it's meant to be said in like my source, is it? Emphasizing it?
I'm making it dark because it's italicized already, and that tells you what I've changed. That's why I bold it. Because the actual original text, normally I italicize it. But it's already italicized, so then the bold denotes the way the change has been made. So let my doubts be quiet and my holy mind, translation of that.
Holy aware mind.
Yeah, or we could say my My whole awareness. No, I think let's stick with wholly aware mind. I like that. My wholly aware mind. Be still and speak to me. I have no words to give to you. Then do you want to have a go? And see if you can translate the rest of it? In the first
Me?
person? Yeah. Instead of we would, I would.
Yeah, I would but listen to your word and make it mine.
Would it be your message?
Yeah, good translation, I think. To your message. Need my practicing, we'll make that with an S. And then I think we'll keep the imagery because he's using it as a metaphor, as does a father lead a little child along a way he does not understand. So we don't fully understand, just like when we're children and the parent leads us along a path, but we trust the parent. Yet does he follow, sure that he is safe because his father leads the way for him. Now we can change that to a she if you like. Yet does she follow, sure that she is safe because her father leads the way for her. Okay, do you want to read it from the top? Then just make sure that makes sense.
Steady my feet, my source. Let my doubts be quiet and my wholly aware mind be still and speak to me. I have no words to give to you. I would but listen to your message and make it mine.
Let's change that. So I would but, I want only. I would but, I want only to. I think that's better. I want only to listen to your message and make it mine.
Lead my practicing, as does a father lead a little child along the way. He does not understand, yet does she follow, sure that she is safe because her father leads the way for her.
How does that make you feel?
Sorry. Yeah, it's the father child doesn't work for me personally.
Father-child analogy doesn't work.
No.
No,
Bless him. But I understand it totally. It just doesn't work for me.
Yeah, it's challenging one to translate because we have to change the whole, those two sentences entirely then.
No, I'm sure it'll work for lots and lots of people.
Doesn't work for me.
A trusting. It's like, when we're a little child, we don't actually know what we're doing. We don't know where we're going, but we follow because we trust the parents. So, in the same way we trust this presence.
Yeah, no, like I said, I can see how lots of people that would resonate with, but there was not a trust thing with my parents, bless them. So, no. But yeah, that's going to work for a lot of people, I'm sure.
Okay, so happy with number 2.
Yep.
Okay, so number 3. So do we bring our practicing to you? Oops. Just happened there. did its own thing. Sometimes it does that. Okay, so do we bring our practicing to you? Let's read the bottom one, translated as we go.
Okay, is it going to stay still now? Long enough for me to read it? So, do we bring our practicing to you? And if we stumble, you will raise us up. If we forget the way, we count upon your sure remembering. You're going to change we.
Yeah, so do I.
So do I bring my practicing to you? And if I stumble, you will raise me up. If I forget the way, I count upon your sure remembering. I wander off, but you will not forget to call me back. Makes it very personal, doesn't it, when you change it into the...
Well, that's what I like about it. It's much more direct, isn't it? It's not a general we. It's now said in the first person, so it's directly applicable to me.
I can feel it.
What this course is about. It's a personal journey of transformation that you're undertaking with the guidance of Yeshua.
Okay, quicken my steps, quicken my footsteps now, that I may walk more certainly and quickly upon you.
Quickly unto you.
Unto you.
Maybe just to you.
May I walk more certainly and quickly to you. And I accept the message you offer me. Unify my practicing. For me to unify my practicing as I review the thoughts that given me. It's like a child at school, isn't it? When you're just learning to read, you go very slowly, trying to make sense of it.
Okay, you want to read it from the top?
So do I bring my practicing to you? And if I stumble, you will raise me up. If I forget the way, I count upon your sure remembering. I wander off, but you will not forget to call me back. Quicken my footsteps now, that I may walk more certainly and quickly to you. And I accept the message you offer me to unify my practicing as I review the thoughts that you have given me. Oh, that feels really personal.
Yeah, which is the idea. If the words are more impactful, meaningful, I think it's a good translation. So I've just, when he does these prayers, occasionally he puts in a prayer. I've just noticed it's much more powerful if you do it in the first person than in the general we.
Yeah, definitely.
Which is the whole point. So, to make it more meaningful and more impactful. Okay, so alternatively, any thoughts on this one?
No, it sounds beautiful. That, yeah, just beautiful.
Yeah. So, moving swiftly on to number 4.
It's interesting because Lynn and I haven't had the, the fatherly hand-holding thing. And that reading that really felt like there was a fatherly hand there to hold.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice.
So quite emotional saying that, actually.
Yeah. There's someone, there's a presence there that's just infinitely tender and caring, and you can trust, and way more so than a physical parent, because parents are human and fallible, but this presence is never going to let you down, and it's always there. You just have to call upon it. Our sense of separation from it is only in our own minds.
I felt something really, when I read the paragraph before, excuse me, I started feeling really strange. I've been trying to work out what it was. But that was really having an effect on me.
Actually, when you read it, Lynn, everything shifted in the room here.
It stopped. Everything stopped for me. It was so weird. I felt myself like, I feel really different. What's happening? I'm trying to see what it was, but it was the strangest thing.
So a little shift there.
There's a bit of that going on at the moment, isn't there?
Welcome to the field of transformation. This is where it happens. So, especially if you have a past issue with parents and you didn't feel loved and supported, you really trust them, then something like this is then part of the healing, isn't it? Saying, well, actually, there is a presence that I can fully trust to take care of me and to guide me as I maybe felt like I didn't get that kind of guidance when I was a child, but that presence is available now to me as an adult. This is this is God, Father, Source, whatever term you want to use. It's a loving presence that will guide me along my path and only has my good. It's only wanting my good. There's no judgment. It's completely unconditional love, and I think we all we yearn for that. We all want that.
Yep.
But there's a presence that's just so kind and beneficent and caring, and we can fully trust in that. And it's going to guide our footsteps along our journey through life flawlessly, and only wants our highest good.
The irony is, we had it as children, but we just didn't know it.
It got hidden. Can I just take a picture of that paragraph, please?
You can if you want. Yeah.
Just because I want to look at it later.
Sure.
So it reminds me.
It's number 3.
Yeah. Thanks.
No problem. I'll actually send this out to the group. So, are you not on Telegram, are you?
No. If I quickly try and see if that fits on there now. I forgot to do it.
So if you want to receive the information like this that I post, I'll sometimes post the product of our session to the group, so you can read it. If you're on Telegram, then you'll get it.
Okay, I have been reading through the emails. Great.
Yeah, good. Most of the stuff's there, but like sometimes in the evening I'll post something that's not in emails, just on Telegram.
Okay.
After a session like this. Okay, so happy with that. Move swiftly on, shall we, to next number 4. And it's Lynn again, I think. So this is the thought.
This is a thought which should precede the thoughts that we review. Each one but clarifies some aspect of this thought or helps it be more meaningful, more personal and true, and more descriptive of the holy self we share and now prepare to know again. God is but love, and therefore so am I. The self alone knows love. The self alone is perfectly consistent in its thoughts, knows its creator, understands itself, is perfect in its knowledge and its love, and never changes from its constant state of union with Father and itself.
Okay. A little bit of translation there. Change Father into Source. And I don't think there's anything else. Just God is only love instead of God is but love. God is only love, and therefore so am I. Okay, just a bit more direct. So any thoughts on that, Lynn? How does that make you feel?
Bit emotional. Don't ask me why, because I don't know. I'm trying to work it out. I don't know. Just came up.
Yeah, well, sometimes you don't always know why. It's because it's touching you more deeply. It's touching a part of your mind that yearns for the self, this loving presence. God is only love, and therefore so am I. Such a simple statement, but so powerful.
Yeah.
I am love. I am just this loving presence. In fact, say it. Say I am love. How does that feel?
I can't.
Come on.
Oh God.
Three words.
I am love.
How does that feel?
I don't feel much of that at the moment.
Well, there's something there. So say it a few more times. See how that goes.
I am love. I know it's there. I know there's some in me, but I'm struggling with it all.
It's been covered over.
Yeah. It's uncovering. I know it's uncovering again now, because yesterday I felt distraught and today I don't. So that's a step up. But this is sort of bringing all the emotions up.
Yeah, so what it will tend to do is flush up anything that's not love.
Yeah.
Those are the blocks to the awareness of love's presence.
Yeah.
Get brought to the awareness of love's presence, they must go. They can't sustain in this divine love. This is divine love. It's a frequency of perfect love. Only love. God is only love, and therefore so am I. So it's so categoric. It's so clear and decisive that it's going to push some buttons.
Yeah, it is.
And therefore so am I. And so this self alone knows love. It's this self-concept that knows love, and this is the self that you've denied. The idea of Lynn as a special character and the special relationship that goes with that and all the drama, that's the denial of the self, you see.
Yeah, I do.
And if you continue, in that denial, you continue to suffer. It's as simple as that. Only this loving presence has the answer. So why don't you read it again from the top? We've done a bit of translation. This is the thought which should precede the thoughts that we review.
This is the thought which should precede the thoughts that we review. Each one that clarifies some aspect of this thought or helps it to be more meaningful, more personal and true, and more descriptive of the wholly aware self we share and now prepare to know again. God is only love, and therefore so am I. The self alone knows love. The self alone is perfectly consistent in its thoughts, knows its source, understands itself, and is perfect in its knowledge and its love, and never changes from its constant state of union with its source and itself.
How does that feel?
Like I know I'm remembering. I just feel bad for forgetting and getting into such a state, really.
So, if there's any guilt about what you think you've done in the past, that's just another block to the awareness of love's presence now.
It's
Right
the present,
now,
though. It's not, I can't even say it's the past, it's the present. It's such a mess.
right now, it's available to you. Right now, in this very moment. Right now, there can just be a present state of love right now. This is what it's saying, and the past is irrelevant.
I think I'm feeling it, and that's why I feel emotional. I can feel the difference when I read the words.
Oh, well, it's calling you, speaking to you, saying, remember me, remember the truth. Through all of the drama, remember what you forgot. Remember what you denied. And you see, as you continue to play the drama in your mind, you deny this. What you're doing is denying who you really are.
Yesterday was 100% drama in my head. Today isn't, and I feel like a different person today than I did yesterday. So I don't know how I've done it, but yeah, some peace came in today.
Well, by grace. It wasn't really you. It's the grace of the Holy Spirit can come into your mind, and then no accident that Sally called, said, "Come, Lynn, join."
Yeah, it was about her third attempt.
Was it?
Yeah.
Well done, Sally.
So I was resisting, but it's funny because I woke up this morning thinking I was going to come on the call at the beginning, and I just couldn't do it. And I'd ordered food, and it came, and it was terrible. I realised I can't eat junk food anymore, so that's a very new thing for me because I loved it. Yeah, I know. I've just thrown nearly a whole delivery away. Yuck.
Right.
Yeah, lots of things are changing.
Yeah, good. It's all good, and this is your healing. So join these sessions because, well, as you can see, there's nowhere to hide.
That's why I didn't come on earlier.
Just love's gonna get you. Love's gonna get you. There's nowhere to hide. Which is what you want. You want love to get you.
I do.
That's your healing. So yeah, read it again from the top.
This is the thought which should precede the thoughts that we review. Each one only clarifies some aspect of this thought or helps it be more meaningful, more personal and true, and more descriptive of the wholly aware self we share and now prepare to know again. God is only love, and therefore so am I. The self alone knows love. The self alone is perfectly consistent in its thoughts, knows the source, understands itself, is perfect in its knowledge and its love, and never changes from its constant state of union and its source and itself.
Yeah, with its source and itself. So this self is the Christ self. This self is your true self. That unites you with the love that you are. Perfect love, the pure formless awareness of perfect love we call God. The self is what connects you with that. So it might be useful just to show you this quickly. Where are we? I sent this diagram out yesterday. Just bring it up. So these diagrams. There we go. So we have the true self, Christ self, which is your true self concept. This is the self he's talking about. That self allows you to perceive with the mind of the Holy Spirit. So you reinterpret the dream, the flatland of the dream, through this Holy Spirit awareness, which now becomes the transformation of your perception from the Christ self. Christ's vision is actually the same as the higher awareness, as the Holy Spirit's awareness. Christ's vision and the Holy Spirit's perception are the same. It's different terms for the same thing. And that Christ self, this self concept, ultimately unites you with this pure formless awareness of perfect love, which is God, which is a pure experience. Beyond any self concept, beyond perception, lies this. But it's necessary that we change our self concept and we change our perception while we're in the world in order to unite our minds with this. And that's the whole process. That's the miraculous process that Yeshua is guiding us through, is the changing of our mind to adopt a new self-concept, and from that self to perceive the world differently. That's the miracle.
Okay.
Prepares us for the grace of this pure formless awareness of perfect love, which is what God is. Okay, does that make sense?
Yes.
All good? Okay, so let's move on to number 5 then. And I believe it's Sally's turn. So it is this that waits us.
It is this that waits to meet us at the journey's ending. Every step we take brings us a little nearer. This review will shorten time immeasurably if we keep in mind that this remains our goal, and as we practice it, is this to which we are approaching. As we practice it.
As we practice, it is this to which we are approaching.
Okay, let us raise our hearts from dust to life. Dust? Does it mean dust?
Yeah, so dust is a reference to the material world.
Oh,
Dust to dust, anything material is dust.
okay.
Mm-hmm.
Let us raise our hearts from dust to life as we remember this is promised us, and that this course was sent to open up the path of light to us, teach us step by step how to return to the eternal self we thought we lost.
Path of light, we'll call that true awareness, shall we?
Dust to dust, all those times I've heard that and I never knew what it really meant.
Yeah, so any attachment to this world is dust. You attach to the material, which is, well, ultimately everything ends up in dust. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes. So we raise our hearts from attachment to dust, the material world, to life, which is eternal life of the mind. So any thoughts on that?
Every step we take brings us a little nearer. That I find that comforting. It just feels like it doesn't matter how small the the thing or the action or the practice you do, it gets us that little bit closer to our journey's end.
Yeah, okay.
And I think just being on this call is a huge step. I missed it yesterday. I intended on coming in, but work got very, very busy. I know that was a reflection of my inner world, but that's how it went yesterday. And definitely it felt like an ego choice not to be on. But coming on today, I'd forgotten how good it is. Even in that short time, I mean, I was here when I was last Thursday, I was here, how the ego can wipe your memory or tell you a story. I don't know, it's just incredible that I'd forgotten how great it is to be on the call. And it was only a few days ago. It's like, it's amazing, just amazing.
Yeah, it's interesting to observe how how it works. So the ego is very resistant to this because it knows that this process is going to undo it. And so it's one of its best defenses is just to say, well, don't do the call. Whatever excuse, find a, there's a reason. You're too busy, you need some chill out time, whatever. Don't do the call, because then you're not exposed to this frequency. You're not exposed to this loving presence, which is going to undo it. And so you just avoid that. And each little step, every time you do a call, every time you practice a breath break, every time you do a meditation, it's another little step that you're taking. You're saying, yes, I want love. I want only love. I want this. And so I'm willing to act on it. Remember, the most powerful form of affirmation is action. I want to write that down. The most powerful form of affirmation is action. So you actually act on it by showing up. You act on it by doing the meditation. And then you start, through that continuous affirmation, you start to convince yourself that this is actually what you really want. This is the most important thing in your life. This is your number one priority through your actions. And you're not necessarily there to start with, but as you act on it, repeatedly, it's like, yeah, actually, I'm saying every time that you do something in this course, you're saying, yes, this is really important to me. This is primary. Oh, I see Lynn just joined Telegram. Welcome, Lynn. So I'll add you to the group. Well, that's good. That's a little resistance overcome there.
Now I'm just coughing.
The resistance come up. Yeah.
He goes like,
oh dear God.
Ego's saying, oh, you're just taking another step towards love. Oh no.
Oh dear.
We're going to make you cough so much you can't stay where you are.
Oh dear. I've done that for a week now.
Yeah. Been a lot of coughing. But what I've noticed that, you're saying every time we come on the call is a step closer. Well, I've said it. But when I did like 4 days in a row, it was like, oh, gone croaky. It was like a wave of energy. So each day built on each other. And then there was absolutely no doubt in me that this was my priority, to turn up for the call. I possibly could. And then, like I say, you miss a few days and then it can easily switch. But so the answer is to keep going, isn't it? Days in a row, build up the energy. Then you've got this fast momentum, and nothing can get in the way of that. Ego can't get in the way of that, because after 4 days.
Yeah, well, I mean, you've got 5 days in a. You can do 6 days in a row, actually. If you wanted to. There's Sunday evening, and then Monday to Friday. And so that's the point. That's why the structure of the course is like it is, because it allows that immersion. If you have a week in between calls, you don't build up that momentum.
No, I can see that. Yeah.
Get into that immersion experience.
Yeah, I can imagine if you did all 8 calls in a week, like
almost like a mini retreat, isn't it?
Well, it's more than a mini retreat. It's flipping massive, isn't it?
Well, that's hours every week, isn't it? So in a week, you're spending, each course 2-3 hours, you're spending 8 times 3, work it out, that's 24 hours, 24 hours in the field. I mean, that's surely that, if you keep doing that week after week, you have to be seriously undoing the ego and upgrading your mind, and all kinds of shifts and changes, happen. And, I've noticed that the last 4 years, as I've done this program, it's like, you are shifting. There's no doubt. You can't spend this amount of time speaking about this stuff and talking about it and meditating on it and not have internal shifts that take place. So just dive into it as much as you can. I mean, maybe practically speaking, you can't do all 8 calls, but they're all available. As a full member. And Lynn, you've still got 2 weeks, I think, left of a free trial. You've got full access to all of them. Just dive in and really use it and see what happens. Give yourself a chance.
Yeah,
for this to work for you, and really clear out these egoic thoughts and emotions that are arising. It's come for a reason at this time in your life.
No, I know that. I didn't want to be, it's quite uncomfortable when I keep coughing. Obviously I've muted a couple of times, but I don't want, I don't want to be coughing all through the thing. So, and I mean, today is better than it has been.
It's okay. It's all,
hopefully tomorrow will be better as well.
Yeah, I'm sure will. Yeah. So join the call tomorrow. So let us raise our hearts from dust to life. So remember, this is promised us, and that this course was sent to open up the path of true awareness to us and teach us step by step how to return to the eternal self we thought we lost. Oh, really, that's just beautiful. Really encouraging. He's a lovely teacher, because there's a lot of gentleness in his teaching as well. He gives us the carrot sometimes, the stick sometimes. Says, this is how it is, and this is the harshness of the ego. But these are very gentle, encouraging lessons. He's just encouraging us on the path and saying, follow me, and step by step, we're going to do this together. You're not alone, and you will return to this eternal self that you thought you lost, but has always been there. It's not really lost at all. And it's a process, step by step, day by day, lesson by lesson, session by session. You're taking steps on the journey, and you will feel, if you carry on with this. Sally, how long have you been doing this? 3 months? You do notice there's a progression. There's a progression. This takes you on a journey, doesn't it?
Well, in that 3 months, it feels like so much has changed. Yeah, really has.
You're only 3 months into it.
Yeah.
So imagine another 3 months, another 6. You can't really. It's like just keep going, and doing the work, and this ongoing process that now the Spirit is guiding you on, and well, that's the purpose of your life. That's why you're here. Is to do this work. Okay, so any other thoughts on that? Otherwise, let's move on to number 6. So Lynn, if you want to read number 6 for us, please. I take the journey with you.
Sorry, where are we?
I take the journey with you.
I take the journey with you, for I share your doubts and fears a little while. I do. You may come to me, who recognize the road by which all fears and doubts are overcome.
Just breathe.
This makes me so hot when I cough. Oh God. Sorry, God. Right, where are we? We walk together. I must understand uncertainty and pain, although I know they have no meaning. Yet a saviour must remain with those he teaches, seeing what they see, but still retaining in his mind the way that led him out, and now will lead you out with him. God's Son is crucified until you walk along the road with me.
Okay, so a little bit of translation. God's Son.
Should call him Jesus.
God's Son is, probably Sally needs to help you with that one.
I don't know really, because God is pure formless awareness of perfect love.
Yeah.
The Son is an extension. How do you write that? I don't know.
Perfect love's extension.
All right.
So God is only love, and so are you. Well, you're the extension of that loving presence. Perfect love's extension is crucified until you walk along the road with me. Wow. So until you do this, until you take this journey, you're crucifying yourself. Reference to, you know, his own life experience of crucifixion. But this is what we're doing to ourselves until we take his hand and we say, okay, you know, lead me along the road. I'm willing to walk out of pain and sickness and suffering and death and all of these pretty awful thoughts that seem to be prevalent in this world. And I'm walking back to truth, along the road to truth with you.
That whole section is calling.
Calling you.
Yeah, I see it very clearly.
We'll call it an awakener. Because that's all he's doing. He's just waking us up to who we really are. Just reminding us about who we really are. He's saying, I'm with you. I must understand uncertainty and pain, although I know they have no meaning. So he speaks to us of things like uncertainty and pain, although he knows they have no meaning ultimately, because that's our experience. That's where we are. So he meets us where we are. And that's what a good teacher will do. Meet the student where they are, take their hand and gently guide them out of where they are, if it's not a good place, along this road back to truth and to ultimate freedom, away from all the pain and suffering of this world. So he must, just like the Holy Spirit, must understand the pain and the suffering, because that's necessary for a teaching function, but retains in his mind the way that led him out and now will lead you out with him. And that way is the way of perfect love. To remember in every situation that this perfect love, the love of God, is still the truth and is still there. And in fact, you've never left it. It remains your true identity, your true awareness. And this awareness is what will lead you out of the nightmare of separation. Okay, so any other thoughts on that? Questions? Comments? How does it make you feel?
Me? It's just made me feel like it's all right where I am, because I can change it. It's going to be all right.
Good.
Is what it feels like.
Yeah. It's going to be okay. And you're not alone.
Mm-hmm.
You're not alone in the journey. So this is why he's saying I. You know, whether you conceive of that as Yeshua or the Holy Spirit, a loving presence, doesn't really matter. But there's a presence that's with you. That's going to help you out of your from your delusions, all the uncertainty and pain, and help you to awaken systematically and progressively. And
understands the human aspect of it, but knows that's not the truth. So
yeah, because an awakener or savior must understand the pain and the suffering in order to help you from that state. Somebody said, I have no understanding of it. You know, God at its highest, pure formless awareness of perfect love, isn't even aware of pain and suffering, because it wouldn't be pure formless awareness of perfect love anymore. So this bridge or intermediary is necessary, which is the Holy Spirit, that can look upon these delusions of the ego, pain and suffering and sickness and death, and understand them from the point of view of truth. Bring truth to them. Say, no, but I see these things, but I don't believe in them, because I know that only the truth is true. And that in that process is the healing, bringing the illusion to the truth.
Yeah.
As I said, earlier, it's a very, very simple process, but it's not easy to do. No one said it's going to be easy. Because that awareness that you've denied now has to come back into your awareness. And the ego is doing everything it possibly can to keep you away from this loving awareness and keep you in its thought system, so that you remain away, as far away from love as possible, and then it's in charge, and all the mind patterns of the ego continue, along with the pain and suffering. Okay, so happy to move on from number 6. Number 7. Sally, if you want to read number 7 for us. My resurrection comes again.
My resurrection comes again each time I lead a brother safely. Brother, do we put companion there? Each time I lead a companion safely to the place at which the journey ends and is forgot. I am renewed each time a companion learns there is a way from misery and pain. Oh, it's nice, isn't it? I am reborn each time a companion's mind turns to the light in him and looks for him. True awareness. Turns to true awareness in him and looks for me. I have forgotten no one. Help me now to lead you back to where the journey has begun, to make another choice with me. Oh, that's nice, isn't it?
To lead you back to where the journey was begun, to where, how about to say, you began the journey. Just more direct. To make another choice with me. So what he's referring to, go to our diagram, lead you back systematically and progressively to where the journey was begun, which was the idea of separation that you believed in. That was when the journey started. Journey away from pure formless awareness of perfect love into a delusion. So he's going to systematically lead you back to that point where you made that choice and where you chose to believe in it and to deny love in that choice. And then it's undone. But that is systematically and progressively looking at all of this stuff that you now experience on this level of form. You've come down the ladder of separation, you've come down into the domain of form, into a seemingly physical universe, seemingly living as a separate body, living as a separate identity, feeling pretty helpless and enervated and really a little life. And now he's going to ask you to reinterpret all of this. He and the Holy Spirit help you reinterpret everything you experience in this world. And as you reinterpret from the place of pure formless awareness of perfect love, you are making the journey back in your mind. You're climbing back up the ladder, reinterpreting all of these steps that you took down to get to the point where you recognize that it's one tiny mad idea that you had and that you believed in. And that's the entire problem. And then you correct that idea. But you're not just going to get there. You need to correct that idea in all of its shapes and forms in this world. And that's what he says, take the journey with you. As you journey through life and you correct all of your misperceptions with the help of Yeshua and the Holy Spirit, you're taking the journey back up the ladder, climbing back up the ladder from the victim identity back up to the point where you chose, where you recognize that I chose to be separate. And I don't need to continue to choose to be separate. I can change my mind. And when you've made that choice at that level, then the dream is over. And you merge back into this awareness, pure formless awareness of perfect love. The dream is over. You are fully enlightened. And all of this simply disappears because it's based on this thought. So without that thought, it has no life. It has no existence at all. So this is what he's referring to when he says we journey back to the point where the journey was begun. That tiny mad idea of separation And it's the undoing of that tiny mad idea that all of this mind training work is directed towards. Okay? Any thoughts on that? Want to give a little summary, Sally, maybe? What is he saying there?
Like every time one of us lets go of the misery and returns to our true selves, he's reborn. Or we're reborn, I suppose, aren't we? Yeah, coming back to love where it all began. And we choose that in every moment of every day.
And everyone feels it, I guess. It's that, and we all benefit, don't we? We all benefit every time someone's more awakened, or we all benefit from it.
Because it's really one mind that's making the journey back. So the at one process is actually one process of this mind, seemingly separated mind in all of its separate forms, seemingly human and other forms, seemingly very fragmented. Now that one mind is journeying back to oneness, and the entire mind that's fragmented and split, it will ultimately end up being one again, and then the entire dream world will simply disappear. That's the at one process that we're all engaged in. So when one mind does it as a seeming person, then it benefits the whole mind, because it's part of this whole process, the at one process. That the entire mind that seemingly fragmented itself into these separate bits is now healing. So that person's experience is part of that healing process, and every mind can benefit from that. So it's really beautiful, because you don't lose anything. There's no sense of competition. You gain as someone returns and takes this journey back. The whole mind is doing that with them. So every person who chooses the spirit and chooses love over the ego is benefiting the whole mind. Your choice becomes an example for everyone else. Example of how to do it right. So a sense of a collective mind here, awakening, is what he's teaching us. And he is renewed. I am renewed. So the Christ presence, the Holy Spirit, is renewed each time someone learns there is a way from misery and pain. I am reborn in the Spirit each time a companion's mind turns to the true awareness in him and looks for me. So there's this constant kind of rebirth into the Spirit. And that's happening all the time. That people are having shifts and waking up all the time. So this is a constant, ongoing process. And that's a really nice line, isn't it? I've forgotten no one.
Yeah.
Love has not forgotten you. You tried to forget love. That's the delusion. But love has not forgotten you. So now it's coming back, and your choice is still, well, do I accept this or do I reject it? That's the ultimate choice we all have. I accept the divine unconditional love, what I truly am, or do I reject it and continue to cling to a false idea of who I am as a separate self? So he says, help me now. It's like an appeal, isn't it? Help me now to lead you back to where you began the journey, to make another choice with me. Just give me, help me with this. I'm trying to help you. Just cooperate with me, and together we can do this. But I can't journey with you if you resist it. If you deny my call and you're not going to listen to my guidance, then I can't help you. So help me now to help you. To lead you back to where you really want to be. In heaven, at peace with God, and away from all the madness that characterizes this world. Okay, any thoughts, questions, comments on that? Happy to move on. Seem to have done that twice. Happy to move on to number 8 we're on. Okay. All right, so is it Lynn's turn? You can read number 8 for us, Lynn. Release me as you practice.
Release me as you practice once again the thoughts I brought to you from him who sees your bitter need and knows the answer God has given him. Together we review these thoughts. Together we devote our time and effort to them, and together we will teach them to our brothers. God would not have heaven incomplete. It waits for you, as I do. I am incomplete without your part in me, and as I am made whole, we go together in our ancient home, prepared for us before time was, and kept unchanged by time, immaculate and safe, as it will be at last when time is done.
Okay, so let's do a bit of translation of that. Release me as you practice once again the thoughts I brought to you from him who sees your bitter need and knows the answer God has given him. So him is the Holy Spirit here. So remember, we'll call it the remembrance of perfect love. Which sees your bitter need and knows the answer God has given him, which maybe change sees to perceives. Perceives your bitter need and knows the answer. God, do you remember what God is, Lynn? Translation.
So, what word? Source, I think you're using, aren't you? Pure love.
Pure formless awareness. Pure formless awareness. Perfect love. So it's a 5-word pointer to really a state of mind. This is a state of mind. If you were in pure formless awareness of perfect love, there's nothing else. There's no form perception there, is there? It's just pure formless awareness of the very essence, which we call perfect love, and nothing else. So that's the ultimate. That's God. So what God has given him, being the remembrance of perfect love, because it's coming from this ultimate state, the Holy Spirit is just how we remember it. And then he says God gives the Holy Spirit this answer. So it makes complete sense, doesn't it? So this is just a remembrance of this this total state, whole state of being. Holy Spirit remembers it and now is able to interpret everything in this world from that memory. So knows the answer, pure formless awareness of perfect love, has given it. So there's this presence in you that knows, that can translate the ultimate truth of pure formless awareness of perfect love, which is the ultimate experience beyond form. It can translate it into your experience in this world. And you this. So this is the translation mechanism. How this pure formless awareness of perfect love comes into your experience in this world. Make sense?
Yeah.
That's what the Holy Spirit is. To Together we review these thoughts. Together we devote our time and effort to them. Together we'll teach them to our companions. So he's asking us to undertake a teaching function with him, to teach our companions, because everyone is part of this at-one-man process. There's not one person who will be left out. So God would not have heaven incomplete. You translate that. Remember what God is?
Pure, formless awareness of perfect love.
Yeah, well done. Would not have heaven incomplete. So heaven you probably won't know, but we just use the pure formless awareness. So it's the state of pure formless awareness. Incomplete. And waits for you as I do. I'm incomplete without your part in me. As I am made whole, we go together to our ancient home, prepared for us before time was, kept unchanged by time, immaculate and safe, as it will be at last when time is done. Pointing us to the ultimate, the end game, the end of the dream. To our ancient home. Okay, you want to read that from the top? So there's quite a bit of translation we did.
Release me as you practice once again the thoughts I brought to you from remembrance of perfect love, which perceives your bitter need and knows the answer. Pure formless awareness of perfect love has given it. Together we review these thoughts. Together we devote our time and effort to them, and together we will teach them to our companions. Pure formless awareness of perfect love would not have the state of pure formless awareness incomplete. It waits for you as I do. I am incomplete without your part in me. And as I am made whole, we go together to our ancient home, prepared for us before time was, and kept unchanged by time, immaculate and safe, as it will be at last when time is done.
Okay, any thoughts on that?
To me, it's just saying that we're all part of it, regardless of where we are, we're all part of it. And
part of a bigger process, and we're journeying out of this world. Before time was, prepared for us before time was. So he's talking about the eternal state before time was invented, before the thought of separation occurred to the mind. State of pure formless awareness of perfect love that's eternal, and so that's still there. It's never actually changed at all. Okay, so happy with that paragraph?
yeah.
Number 9, Sally, if you can read that for us, please.
Let this review be then your gift to me, for this alone I need, that you will hear the words I speak and give them to the world. You are my voice, my eyes, my feet, my hands, through which I save the world. The self from which I call to you, is but your own. I haven't been translating it, have I?
I don't think it needed actually too much translation. For this alone, my hands through which I save the world. I think maybe that could be awaken the world. That would be a nice translation. Now from the call to you is only your own.
To him we go together. To it we go together.
To it, or maybe to the self, maybe it might be better.
This self we go together. Take your companion's hand, for this is not a way we walk alone. In it, I walk with you. In this self, I walk with you.
In him, I walk with you. Yeah, so it's a small h. So he's referring to the companion then.
All right.
In your companion. Let's make it clear, because
your companion, I walk with you, and you with me. Our source wills is extension, or is it the extension?
our source wills its.
Be one with it. What lives but must not then be one with you. What lives?
Oh, that's a better way of saying that. What lives, that must not then be one with you. It's a bit better than but.
What lives but must not then be with you. Yeah.
So that send it a negative way. We could maybe rephrase it as positive. What lives that must not then be one. Yeah, I think let's leave it. What lives must not then be one with you. It's okay. Okay, I want to read it from the top.
Let this review be then your gift to me, for this alone I need, that you will hear the words I speak and give them to the world. You are my voice, my eyes, my feet, my hands, through which I awaken the world. The self from which I call to you is just your own. To this self we go together. Take your companion's hand, for this is not a way we walk alone.
It's going to switch this on. So we go together to the self. I think is better.
Okay, we go together to the self. Take your companion's hand. This is not a way we walk alone. In your companion, I walk with you. In your companion, oh yeah, I walk with you, and you with me. Our source wills its extension be one with it. What lives that must not then be one with you. What lives that must not then be one with you. It's a bit clumsy, but
Okay, we can try and rephrase that. So he's done it as a negative. What lives that must not then be one with you. What lives that instead of life that
is not you. What lives is not you? Or is that taking too much out?
lives that must not then what lives that is not then one with you. Is that simpler?
What lives that is not then one with you. Yeah, it's better.
Better.
Doesn't quite flow, but then I suppose the whole idea is reprogram your mind.
Or we can keep it as what lives that must not then be one with you is a little bit, but that's sort of maybe a bit clunkier. What lives that must not then be one with you. We rejigged it. It's difficult because it's using double negative. So what lives? So it's question. So what live? You start changing the whole sense of it.
Sorry to confuse anything, but can you explain what that last bit means? I'm not...
Yeah. The last sentence.
Muted yourself accidentally, Lynn.
Oh, sorry. Yes, please.
Last sentence. What lives that must not then be one with you? So what he's saying is in your companion. So in everyone, I walk with you. So this presence of love, what he's really talking about is the Holy Spirit. Remembrance of perfect love walks with you, and you with me. So this presence is in every companion, every person. Our source wills its extension be one with itself. Okay? So we're all an extension of this loving essence, presence we call the source. So if that's true, we're all this extension of one source, then what lives that must not then be one with you? Everything that lives must then be one with you, because everything is an extension of the source.
So everything's connected, basically.
Yeah, it all comes from the same source. There's one life essence that underlies everything. Okay. That life essence gives it its awareness, gives it its life. So how can anything there then really be separate from you? So maybe.
Okay, thanks.
Then how can, there's another way of saying this, anything living then be separate from you? It's another way of saying the same thing. Do you think that's better? So we could say, what lives that must not then be one with you? Or how can anything living then be separate from you?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, so we'll keep the alternative. Okay, so Claire, can you explain that back to me? What is he saying then?
Well, to me, it's saying to take your companion's hand, so for us to join together, so we don't, so we to remind us we're not alone. I walk with you, and you with me. We're all connected, and that's how we'll get back to our true selves.
So we realize there's only one self. There's really only one of us. So when we walk, another person walks. It's not really two people walking. It seems to be. We seem to have bodies and separate identities, but it's actually one.
I do struggle. Yeah, I know we're all connected, but the fact that you're not there, and I've really struggled with that.
What, with the seeming physical separation?
Yeah.
We seem to have bodies, but we're not really bodies, you see. We're actually one mind. So what's happened is the mind has got fragmented and identified with a separate self that now seems to live in a body. That's what's going on here. So as that mind heals and realizes that it's not fragmented, that it's one mind, we're all doing it together. There's really just one mind waking up to itself.
I get it now. I get it. Oh.
You see. So as your seeming fragment of the mind, as what you identify as you wakes up, then that helps everyone's awakening, because it's part of the process of the one mind awakening. And so it goes beyond the personal self. So how can anything living then be separate from you? It's one mind awakening to itself. And everyone's apparent awakening, individual awakening, is just part of that movement, of that at one man process that's actually happening collectively for everyone. So you celebrate everyone's awakening because it's your awakening. That takes you out of the idea of a separate self and any kind of feeling less than someone else and any competition. So I celebrate it. Any awakening anywhere in the sonship is my awakening. It's part of this process, and that's helping me to awaken to who I am. Make sense?
Yeah, just that one bit you said to me made one mind fragmented.
One mind awakening.
That's that, yeah.
And so you're just a little part of that fragmentation of the mind, thinking that you're Lynn and that you've got your individual drama and your life, but actually that's part of the delusion, part of the fragmentation that the ego has seemingly caused in the mind. So as you heal that, then the entire mind heals, because you're just part of that one mind.
Yeah.
So really, it's really, really simple, but very, very powerful, because it just transcends all of the separation that the ego has sponsored. Tells you that none of that's true and real.
Yep.
We are literally one. It's one mind, one awareness, and the body is just a distraction from that. The body was invented by the ego to convince you that you're not one, that you are separate, and then it gives form to that.
Sorry.
Okay?
It's just so weird. I've heard it so many times. I've heard it said so many times, but it didn't click.
And now it's just clicked. Right. Okay, so happy to move on to number 10. Ask Sally if she wants to read. Sally, still there with us? You can read number 10 for us, kindly.
Number 10. Let this review become a time in which we share a new experience for you, yet one as old as time and older still. Hallowed your name, your glory undefiled forever, and your awareness now complete, as pure, formless awareness, perfect love established it. You are its extension, completing its extension, your own. Sound quite. We practice but an ancient truth. We knew before illusions seemed to claim the world, and we remind the world that it is free of all illusions every time we say, God is but love, and therefore so am I. Well, that's a powerful statement, isn't it? God is only love, and therefore so am I.
Very powerful. You think,
even though I don't use the word God, it still feels really good.
We'll keep God in a sense, because there's a definition in the statement. God is only love. It's quite important. So he's telling us exactly what this is. The translation. We do God as pure formless awareness of perfect love, because that's what it is. God is only love, and therefore so am I. Okay, let's just go back here. Hallowed your name. So hallowed your name, your glory undefiled together. So addressing the source. So hallowed be, hallowed. So maybe honored instead of hallowed. What do you think?
Certainly not hallowed. Honored be your
Bit
name.
old fashioned. Honored. Your name is honored. Your how about instead of name, your presence? Your presence is honored instead of hallowed your name. Like that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Your presence is honored. Or even more personal, how about, it's just, we welcome your presence. Hallowed your name. We welcome your presence.
Yeah.
Your glory undefiled forever. Your so glory we translate it as magnificence. Your magnificence undefiled forever. And your wholeness now complete as pure formless awareness of perfect love extended it. Okay, you want to read it from the top?
Let this review become a time in which we share a new experience for you, yet one as old as time and older still. We welcome your presence, your magnificence undefiled forever, and your wholeness now complete, as pure formless awareness of perfect love established it. You are its extension, completing extension on your own, in your own. We only practice an ancient truth we knew before illusion seemed to claim the world. And we remind the world that it is free of all illusions every time we say, God is only love, and therefore so am I.
It was said with conviction.
God
yeah. Is only love.
Feels really powerful. Yeah.
It does, yeah. So he's asking us to use affirmations. These reviews are saying this over and over again, using affirmations as a technique to convince us that this is true, that this presence of love is the only thing. It's the only truth. So any thoughts on that?
No, not really.
Yeah, just experiencing the feeling. If you can start going into feeling when he's using these words, that's how the lesson's meant to be.
I feel it.
I'm definitely feeling it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not.
Then the words are doing their work.
Goes beyond words, doesn't it?
Yeah, and that's his stated objective is to take us beyond words into a pure experience, in pure formless awareness of perfect love. It's a pure experience. No words are required. So he's trying through words to correct our minds, to open them up to that experience. So ultimately, that's our only experience. Pure formless awareness of perfect love. We're back in that, and there's nothing else. Okay. So moving on to number 11. Lynn, if you can read number 11 for us.
With this, we start each day of our review. With this, we start and end each period of practice time. And with this thought, we sleep to waken once again and these same words upon our lips to greet another day. No thought that we review, but we surround. No thought that we review, but we surround with it and use the thoughts to hold it up before our minds and keep it clear in our remembrance throughout the day. And thus, when we have finished this review, we will have recognized the words we speak are true.
Yeah, I think this needs a bit of translation. No thought that we review, but we surround with it. Very clumsy.
Yeah, I couldn't understand.
Okay. Well, he does this double negative thing, which is quite an obscure way of writing, really. We surround every thought that we review with this idea. That's what he means. Surround every thought that we review with this idea, and use the thoughts to hold it up before our minds and keep it clear in our remembrance throughout the day. So it's like the start, the base, the foundation. God is only love, and therefore so am I. And then you say the idea, the review idea, and then you say it again. You're saying, say it, then say the first review idea, then say it again in the middle, then say the second review idea, and then conclude with. So it's affirmations. You're going to say this 3 times in every little practice period, and he's asking us to do that every hour. So it's continuous affirmation. So you can see the mind training. He's just saying, just keep training your mind, keep reminding yourself of this, because as you say it, you start to believe it, start to feel it, that this is how your mind's changing. If you don't say it, you don't affirm it, then the ego remains. So actually, really, if you look at practically what he's asking you to do, this is a really well-designed mind training course. He's got affirmations in here, he's got key ideas, and he's saying affirm it, then repeat it. He understands how the mind learns, and he's saying, okay, well, let's work with that, and let's design it. He's designed a course that helps you to learn this thought system systematically and progressively, step by step, day by day. It's a masterpiece, really. It's a brilliant a brilliant course, and we're just very lucky to be able to have it.
But on top of that, it's got its own power, hasn't it? It's got its own energy that comes with it, because you can feel it even when I don't understand the sentences. Sometimes I can still feel it.
Yeah. So it's a frequency of energy that he's pointing you to, which is the ultimate source of love and life. And even if you can't understand, that frequency can come through in your experience. You can actually feel it, connect with it, just through the words. So the words become the transmitting mechanism of the energy into this world. And so the more time you spend with the words, and you're using his words, and you're contemplating his words, and you're speaking them, it's like a download of that energy. You're allowing that energy through the words.
And then you believe it's true, so it is true.
Well, the more you experience,
you
experience it, and there's a feeling, you start to go, well, this is not now a concept. This isn't just words and concepts. This is actually a living experience. In the Bible it says the living God. Well, it's a living experience of it in your awareness arising in that moment. And how can you doubt that experience? We talked about the mystics in the last week, mystic experience, and it's a personal experience. The mystics know God because they know it experientially. They know the feeling. It's not some theological concept. They didn't learn it. Someone didn't say, well, there's God and there's a concept of God. It's a felt experience. So that's where he's taking us with this practice.
Yeah, I watched that video, and I didn't watch all of it because I just couldn't. I wasn't feeling it. I couldn't feel it. I couldn't tap into it because I wasn't there. So, but yeah,
Which video is this?
the video of people talking about the mystic experiences.
Okay, yeah. The interview with the three.
Yeah.
The sort of mystics. Yeah. Yeah, well, ultimately, listening to other mystics talk about their experience can help, but in the end, you want your own experience.
Yeah.
You become the mystic. Because how can you express? And some of the experiences they shared were profound, but how can, in words, vicariously, you can kind of get a sense, maybe, but that's all. It's just a slight taste of the actual experience that they had, which would have been profoundly transformational for them.
Sometimes when I'm out in nature, I feel perfection. Like everything feels perfect. I don't know. It's different. Yeah, different to a lot of aspects or other times in my life. But
well, I think nature being more natural, it's less mind oriented. It can be a way of connecting with this deeper energy that's perfect. So you're connecting with pure forms of awareness, of perfect love. There's a perfection underlying that, and because you're not in the human world and all of the mind energy that goes with that, it's maybe easier to connect with it there.
Yeah,
so you
it is
feel
because
that perfection of life essence. And the form of nature is certainly very imperfect. Everything, just like in the human world, everything dies. Nothing lasts in nature. It's continuously shifting and changing. Nature can be quite hard and brutal, but because it's less mind oriented, you can sense that, and then you can connect with really your own awareness, stimulating an awareness in your own mind, this pure formless awareness in your own mind to arise, and then you go, oh, that feels perfect.
That's the thing. I can quiet in my mind out in nature, and I can't. I'm really struggling with the meditations. I can't quiet in my mind at the moment. Anyway, there's been times in my life when I could, but yeah, obviously.
Well, then use it as a tool. It's only temporary. It's a temporary expedient, but
yeah,
you need to go into nature, go into the garden and meditate, or take a little walk and meditate.
I'm outside a lot.
And sit in an environment that's conducive to the quietening of your mind, to give yourself some help in this difficult time, because your ego is in overdrive, and it's really trying to maintain its grip, and it knows that if you get through this and you really do let it go, it's a major undoing that's happened, and so it's fighting for its life.
It's happening. I know
it is happening. Yeah, sure. Yeah,
changing.
And it will, just carry on with the process. You're in a process. You have this these live sessions. You have recordings. Just use them to facilitate this healing process that you're going through.
I am just
Good.
not all of it all the time.
Yeah, well,
but I'm every day I'm tapping into it on some level. Some days a lot more.
Yeah, great. So keep at it.
The connection's gone down. I can't hear you.
Okay, so any thoughts on that? I think practice. So this idea is then the central idea. It's almost like the frequency of energy, the base frequency, and then everything comes within that. So you use it to establish the frequency, and then you frame every idea in it, and then you repeat it again. So it's like a field of energy you're going into, using this simple idea: God is only love, and therefore so am I. And that field of energy is going to help you understand these particular ideas, the review ideas, more than maybe you did the first time around.
Yeah.
Okay. So number 12, last paragraph. Yet are the words but aids. Sally, if you can read the last paragraph for us, please.
Yet are the words but aids, and to be used except at the beginning and the end of practice periods, but to recall the mind as needed to its purpose. Mind is awareness. To recall the awareness as needed to its purpose. We place faith, experience that comes from practice, not the means we use. We wait for the experience and recognize that it is only here conviction lies. We use the words and try again to go beyond them to their meaning, which is far beyond their sound. The sound grows dim and disappears. As we approach the source of meaning, it is here that we find rest.
Yeah. So pointing us to an experience, isn't he? Very clearly. Saying use the words as a tool to enter into that experience, use it to get you into an altered state, a meditative experience where you connect with the feeling, and then the words are doing their job. They're taking you into a higher experience.
Yeah, to go behind the words, yeah.
And it's here in this experience that we find rest.
Yeah, isn't that the truth?
So the words are just being used as aids, as pointers, signposts, Eckhart Tolle calls it. It's a signpost to the truth. So sometimes you only need, as you advance in this practice, I find like one word or phrase like this, one sentence is enough. To really take you into quite an ecstatic state. You can just dwell on God is only love and therefore so am I, and you just hold that in mind, and you take a deep breath, and that's enough to take you into quite a powerful experience of that. And then what he's saying is just keep topping yourself up. Use this as an ongoing practice in the day to just keep connecting with this ecstatic presence. The more you connect with it, the more you're learning that this is the truth. This is what you really are, and it's always available. So really, genius is using the words to stimulate an experience, an actual experience of the actual thing, of the presence of it. And this is what the workbook is designed to do. Now, as you're about halfway through it, he's starting to move more into the experiential nature. So, okay, just use the words as a pointer to direct you into an experience. Okay, so any thoughts on that? Comments, questions on that paragraph or on the whole introduction?
As we go along, does it get more experiential?
Yeah, as we get to the later stages of the course, the lessons actually become quite short. So the lessons are just really pointers. They're 1 or 2 paragraphs, and then you just use the lesson as a drop in to drop you into an experiential state. So in the first half, the first 220 lessons, there's quite a lot of teaching. Like some of these middle lessons are really long, 26 paragraphs, I think is the longest one. But they average out at 10, 11, 12 paragraphs. And then in the later parts of the course, I'll show you, we get to say, let's do a lesson 200 and something. Lesson 250, for example. That's the kind of average length. See, just a couple of paragraphs. Let me not see myself as limited. So 2 paragraphs, more like the sutra form. If you're familiar with sutras in the Eastern teachings, they have the sutra form, which is a very brief. It's a couple of sentences, a paragraph, and the sutra points you to a state of mind. And then the idea is you meditate on the sutra to take you into the experience, and it's not overly wordy because it's very simple, and it's about going into the direct experience of it. So that's the second part of the course. After lesson 220, becomes very short and sweet, and you use this as a pointer into the experience.
Yeah, that's my sort of thing.
Yeah, but it's again well designed, because he's saying, well, we need to do the first part to get to the second part. Be able to drop into that experience requires some mind training, some undoing of the way you currently think and perceive, and that happens in the first part of the workbook. Then you're ready for the second part, where you can drop more into the experience of it, and directly experience the truth. So you're not so concerned with the undoing as with the direct experience of truth. But again, in this 250 randomly selected, let me not see myself as limited. There's an undoing there, saying, okay, well, let me not make that mistake of seeing myself limited. Let me go beyond this into the glory that he's pointing us into. Today I would behold this gentleness instead of my illusions. Here's what I am. And so you start just using the courses as it's a meditative practice. The words are signposts into the experience. So that's what lies ahead in the journey. So right now, if there are no more comments or questions, let's just have a look at today's lesson, and we'll just meditate on it. Very, very simple, short ideas. So let me just copy and paste these in to here. Where are we? 171. God is only love, and therefore so am I. So we start off with God is only love. God is only love, and therefore so am I. That sets the scene. And then the first review idea. So Lynn, if you want to read that, all things are
echoes of the voice of God.
voice for God.
For God. All things are echoes of the voice for God.
Yeah, any thoughts on that? What is he saying? So we'll translate God as perfect love. So all things are echoes of the voice for perfect love. Do you understand what he means by that?
Well, I don't know if I'm right, but I perceive it as everything that happens is all a reflection of God, showing us. I can't explain it. I don't know, from in my head, so it could be completely wrong, but in my head it brings up that all lessons are good, even if they seem really bad. Everything is a lesson to teach us what we need to know. I'm not even sure that makes sense, but
yeah, it does. Yeah. It's just an echo of this voice of perfect love. So even if there's something really, challenging, difficult, everything that happens in this world, in this level of form, is really an echo of the voice for perfect love. And I like the word echo because it's not direct. It can be very faint and subtle.
Yeah.
You speak and then the echo comes back, and so it's like this reflection back to your mind, and you need to pay attention to an echo, otherwise it's drowned out. You don't hear it.
Yeah.
So it's a nice analogy built into this imagery of, okay, well, let me listen to this voice. It's always there. That's helping me to remember the truth of perfect love, and that everything underlying everything in this world that I experience is this voice for perfect love. And I've got to tune into it and let that voice reinterpret the situation for me. That's the key. So then I see it as just an echo of the voice for perfect love that's calling me home. That's calling me to reinterpret the world, correct my mind, heal my mind, and call me back to itself.
There's the reason it's making some sense to my mind anyway is because I know one of my quote cards. It's got something about every situation, and whether you perceive it as a good or a bad one, they're all ways of returning to love. Even if they seem,
especially when it seems to be negative and everything's going pear-shaped and the ego's greatly tempted to jump and go, oh, well, you see, it's all a mess and it's a complete mess up, and there's nothing good in this. That's especially when it's an echo of the voice for love, because there's a lot of undoing in that, in the reinterpretation of that.
Yeah.
There's the voice for perfect love can come very strongly into your mind and teach you in the situation that only love is still true, and that this entire mess that you made is not true and not real, and it's not something you want. You don't want to continue on with this.
No.
So all good.
Yeah.
Okay. So any other thoughts on that?
No.
The next one is the power of decision is my own. So I'll ask Sally to reflect on that. Any thoughts on that, Sally?
It kind of comes back to what we were talking about early on in the session, where I was like saying I couldn't decide to let the car go or not. So it's like, everything's a deep exploration, isn't it? Is that what it means?
Well, it means you have the power to decide. So you're not the victim. This power of decision is my own is a key to undoing the victim identity, because you're no longer believing.
So nothing's doing it to me.
I have the power to make a decision here, and I can make a different decision. If I don't like how I'm feeling, I can make a different decision and change my mind. So it's a call to claim that power moment by moment. You decide, well, how am I going to perceive this? We can't necessarily control the external circumstances of our lives, but we can always choose how we perceive it. So that's the power of decision he's referring to. And that's really absolutely where the rubber meets the road in this course. And any true teaching is this power of decision. You have the power to change your mind no matter what the circumstances are. You can choose to perceive it differently. In the most horrendous circumstances, like Yeshua's crucifixion. He had the power of decision there to choose to perceive it differently, which he used. And so it doesn't matter what the Romans and the Jews did to him, he still had the power of his decision. Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do. He still had the power to decide that. And so the crucifixion was an extreme example of maintaining that power and not being a victim in a situation that was extremely tempting for the ego to believe in and become a victim. And that's, therein lies its true value. It's a great extreme teaching device. Another situation comes to mind was Viktor Frankl. In World War II, was stuck in a concentration camp for 4 years. Very, very challenging, limiting circumstances, and yet he decided that the circumstances would not get him down, that he was going to use this experience to write a book and bring a teaching to the world, and that's what kept him going. So the power of decision, even in that very seemingly disempowering situation, was still his own, and that is what kept him going. And he said that people who didn't have that, within months they died because they had nothing deeper in their mind that was keeping them going. They just saw on the level of form the situation, and they couldn't reinterpret it, and they fell into hopelessness and despair, and there was no more reason to live, so they died very quickly. Whereas that power of decision was the power of life in his mind. That's what kept him alive, kept him going through those dark times. So in the same way, these extreme situations are teachings for us, because in a situation, let's say like yours, a particularly challenging situation in your life, but you're not in a concentration camp and you're not being crucified.
No.
Not quite on that level, is it?
No.
So same thing, if they could do it, you can do it. The power of decision is still your own, and you can choose to decide differently, choose to see it differently.
It happened something happened yesterday. Yeah. I can't put a finger on it, but I changed something yesterday. And I went to bed determined that today would be different, and it is.
So there we go. So there was an example of exercising the power of your decision.
Yeah.
Say, yes, I can change this, and I don't have to suffer continuously. I don't have to do this to myself, because I'm doing it to myself.
Yes.
My decision not to do it to myself. I don't want to suffer anymore.
Yeah.
I want to be free.
We talk in the house quite a lot about to say nothing's happening to you, nothing's happening to us. It comes up because it's easy to forget that when you're caught up in the mess and the upset and stuff at times, but just that little reminder takes you back to, oh yeah,
it's happening for you. Remember that.
Yeah,
it's happening for me. It's happening for my spiritual growth and my ultimate awakening.
Yeah, because when you look from the outside, it's so obvious so many times.
So these are just reminders, in your temptation, because the ego is tempting you. In the temptation, that the truth is there in a very simple sentence. The power of decision is my own. That can completely change your world if you really accept that. Okay, so I'm deciding. The power of decision is my own. I'm deciding right now to be upset. Okay. So, well, if that's true, I could change my mind and I could make another decision.
That's what I knew yesterday. I knew I had to stop choosing to be upset about it. Because it was getting me nowhere. I've been ill for a week, and all the stuff that I've ended up doing to myself before that, like falling over, and even at the weekend, I managed to get a burn mark on my arm, things like that. It's like this got to stop.
Yeah, it's not my decision to hurt myself anymore.
Because I looked at myself, this thing on my arm. Oh yeah, it's like I've whipped myself. And all that was a dog lead. I was dog sitting 2 dogs, house sitting and dog sitting, and one of them got a bit frantic and ran round me, and it ran out because it was an extendable lead. It ran out of running space and burnt a blister that long on my arm. It's like, I've just done that to myself. I was like, why did I need to hurt myself again?
Yeah, and that's good, because then you realize, well, this is just pointless. There's no need to do this. Self-punishment doesn't achieve anything.
No, I don't normally do it physically. I'm renowned for doing it in my head. I'm being harsh to myself in my head, but physical. So it's obviously got to the physical level because I'd had too much of that.
Yeah, well, attack thoughts, will ultimately manifest physically.
They did.
Address them. So, but that's, then again, all things are echoes of the voice for God. That's showing you that you're out of alignment with perfect love, and that
massively
some correction that needs to take place. So that's good. And then the power of decision is my own. Okay, well, I can make another choice here. So simple. I mean, these ideas. What I love about the workbook is the simplicity of it. It puts it down to a very simple sentence that is easy to remember. A few words. Power of decision is my own. You review it, and therein lies its power. If it was a long essay, you're not going to remember it, but it's a very short, simple sentence that you can remember and use it to change your state of mind, which is enormously powerful. So you haven't done the workbook before, have you? This is sort of the first dip into it.
Yeah.
You're getting a sense of how powerful this could be in your life.
Oh, I know. I already know. I knew that from the first session. Yeah, but I still had my bits of things going on. Yeah. So
there's a fresh lesson every day, and it just gives you the genius of it as well is that he's not just repeating the same idea over and over again. It's the same thought system. He's giving you these different perspectives and different angles on it every day.
Yeah.
Even the review lessons, we've done these lessons before, but he's giving you a different experience of the same idea now. By combining them and then by putting in the God is but love and therefore so am I idea, it gives you a different experience. So it's 365 different takes on the same thought system in a year. And if you do that, it's profound. It's, the kind of undoing that's going to happen in your mind, and the shift and the transformation is quite extraordinary.
Yeah, I can see that.
So continue onward to truth. Okay. So any other thoughts, questions, comments on those two review ideas, or the main idea that frames them? You see what he's saying. So he starts with that. So you start off, you set the intention, that's kind of setting the energy, the field, and then within that field now this comes in, this first idea, and the way you perceive it will probably be different because you've kind of established the field of energy with the original idea. Then you frame it. It's like framing the review idea in this master idea, isn't it? So then he says, say it again. So you've created the frame for it. And then you go into the next one, which is again frames. At the end of it, you end off the session. So really just very simple structure, but by following the guidance, you'll find that gives you a deeper experience of these review ideas. Okay, so speaking of experience, shall we do a meditation on this? I'll guide you through
Stay awake.
a 20-minute meditation on this, so you can have the experience of it, and that'll close off.
Can I log off and log on my phone? Because I might have to.
You're gonna go walkabout.
I might do. How long I can last without the dog whining at me anymore?
Yeah, no problem. Log back in. I'll start in a minute. All right, so just making yourself comfortable then. Sitting your feet shoulder width apart, back straight. Cup your hands in your lap. Close your eyes. And start off by taking a nice deep breath in through the nose. So you breathe in, you notice how the stomach rises and the chest rises and the subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Clench the sphincter muscle, that's the muscle you use to contract the flow of urine or squeeze the last drops out. To lock the energy in. You're drawing the energy up your spine into your heart center. One hand on your heart, connecting with your heart space. And then draw it up into the crown of your head. Support, smile. So scan your mind. Notice any thoughts, any emotions, any physical sensations going on, particularly anything that feels negative, limiting, contracted, constricting in any way, shape, or form. Breathe into that and remind yourself of the key idea today, that God is only love. God is only love, and therefore so am I. Breathe the essence of this loving presence in. Breathing it into every pore. Your body, every cell, being. Is imbued with this loving presence. God is only love, and therefore so am I. So claim that now, and if there's anything that's seemingly blocking this awareness, just be willing to let it go now with the help of your breath. So exhale out, exhaling it out into the nothingness that it really is. Blowing it away. Like a dark cloud just leaving you. It's going, gone. From the low stomach into the spine. Expel the last remaining air out. Just rest here in the peace and the stillness. Now, in this still, calm, quiet space you've created in your mind, bring the first review idea today to mind. All things are echoes of the voice for God or for perfect love. All things I experience are echoes of the voice for perfect love. Breathe in on the truth of that. So maybe you bring any situation that's troubling you to mind. Bring any thoughts and any emotions about it to mind. Breathe in the essence of the voice for God or perfect love. And you just see it differently. wanting to recognize the echo that this situation provides. It's calling you to experience the perfect love. Once again, so if you notice any negative thoughts and emotions, just breathe into those. Breathe in the essence of perfect love to every pore, every cell, every muscle of your body, every part of your mind, every fiber of your being. You're in the love of God. And say to yourself, God is only love, therefore so am I. Only this loving presence is true and real. You only want this in your mind. And to entertain no other thoughts, no other emotions. God is only love, and therefore so am I. So you exhale from the truth of that. Have a sense of dropping into this frequency of energy, letting go of any blocks to the awareness of this divine loving presence. Imagine they're leaving you like dark clouds, just blown away with the breeze of your breath to the nothingness they really are. Going, gone. Pull the lower stomach into the spine, expel the last remaining air out. Just letting it all go and sinking inwards to the love waits you there, waits for you there. God is only love, and therefore so am I. Feel into those words. Feel the power and the truth of them. This is who you are. This is your true identity. Nothing else is true. And this is your decision today. And you will not change it. To say the power of decision is my own. Breathe in again on the truth of that. Power of decision is my own. I can decide for the truth. I can decide to once again accept the truth of who I really am. Power of decision is my own. So I choose to be what I am today, only love. God is only love, and therefore so am I. Exhale on the truth of that. So just blow it all out. the breeze of your breath. Blowing it out into the nothingness that it really is. And you rest in this loving presence. Nowhere else to go. Nothing else to do. Nothing else to think about. Just breathe. Observe your breath. Notice the breath flowing in and out through the nostrils. The breath bring you fully into the present moment, to the presence of this loving presence. Say one more time to yourself, God is only love. Therefore, so am I. And just drop into that awareness. Observing your breath and letting yourself just abide in this loving presence that you truly are. It's been waiting for a long, long time for you to accept it back into your awareness. So just surrender into this experience. For the next couple of minutes of deep silence. Nowhere else to go, nothing else to do, nothing else to think about. Just breathe, observe the breath, relax, and be still. Be still and know that you are God, you are love in this very moment. Remain there for the next few minutes of deep silence.
There you go. Good girl, waiting. Good girl. It's pouring. It's pouring. Honey dog. Honey, this way. Come on, you. Come on. In you go.
Any thoughts arise seem to disturb this deep presence of love in your mind. Just observe them casually.
No, all right.
Willing to let them go
Come on, Ed.
like cloud patterns. They have no substance. They are not true or real. Simply blow them away, the breeze of your breath, to the nothingness they really are. Going, going, gone, to the nothingness they really are. Say one more time, God is only love. God is only love, and therefore, so am I. And then surrender into the experience that this brings, fully, completely. Give yourself over to it. That's what it means to surrender to God. Abandon all resistance. Go completely and just give yourself over to the experience of God's love.
Stay there.
So another couple of minutes of deep silence.
Stay. Okay.
So just gently coming back. this very deep state of awareness. And you bring some attention back into the body and the breath and the senses and the world. And on the count of 3, you're going to open your eyes. So 1, just breathing in, noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises. Subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Breathe in, connect with the sensation in the nostrils. Notice the energy rising up the spine to the crown of your head. Pause at the top of the inhale. One more time, just scan your mind. Notice any thoughts, any emotions, any related sensations going on in the body. Is anything that feels at all negative, limiting, contracted, constricting in any way, shape, or form? Just remind yourself, God is only love, and therefore so am I. So this has no place in my mind. Power of decision is my own. I choose to let it go and blow it all away. Count of 2, exhaling, noticing how the air flows out. You can imagine dark cloud. If there's any negativity leaving you, gone to the nothingness that really is. Notice how the chest and the stomach suck back in. Pull the lower stomach into the spine. Expel the last remaining air out. And just rest in the peace and the stillness. So resting in the gap between breaths in this divine presence of love. It's still there, even though you're coming back into more sensory awareness. That presence is still there because it's your foundation, it's your altar, the truth of who you really are. So you cannot lose it ever. So it goes with you wherever you go. So just noticing the weight of your body pressing down into the chair, your feet touching the ground. Notice what you're feeling and touching with your hands. Notice any taste in your mouth, any smell in your nose. Just noticing all these things from this very still, calm and surrendered state of mind.
Hiya. Oh, you know us. You don't need to bark at us. She's going to ignore you. Hiya, how are you?
So anchor this
Yeah, no,
state of awareness, this loving presence,
not walking very
into your awareness for the
I'm
rest
walking
of the
better, but
afternoon and evening.
I've got to walk gradually and build up my strength in
Remind
my
yourself
right leg.
frequently of
But yeah, I mean,
today's
it's
lessons and the
nice
master
though, isn't it?
£25,000 miracle. That's what I'm saying.
Wow, was it?
Very,
Yeah.
very least, just
I've
remind
got a
yourself
cough
of that
now,
idea.
shake.
Yeah.
Top you up with this frequency.
How are you? You good?
Remind
Yeah,
you
I'm very good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Connect with this
Are you doing your
presence.
spiritual stuff again yet after COVID?
Ideally every
I'm not
hour,
doing
do that
physical
for the
stuff, I'm
next
doing it
few
online.
seconds.
Oh,
If
yeah.
you have longer,
Well, kind of.
so
Yeah.
if you breath
Doing
break, you
stuff
can
in the
listen
room with
to
everyone, 'cause it's quite good, isn't it, with all that?
Yeah. Yeah, I might do soon.
or a longer
Yeah.
I'll see.
meditation, which you could
Yeah.
do this evening. Or join
Yeah.
us this evening at 8:30 for the evening session if you'd like to, and we'll do another meditation and we'll read and study the text for today. So on the count of 3, open your eyes. Just take a minute to look around, feeling the various objects in the room. Maybe you have just a different experience with them. So from this deeper awareness, if you look at everything, start seeing the truth of this first review idea: all things are echoes of the voice for God or love. Because underlying everything is this deeper awareness, this loving presence. It's in your mind. So everything is that essence, is that presence. and everything can speak to you of that presence. Your perception can speak to you of that presence and that presence alone, the highest level of enlightenment in this world. So try and stay connected to that by reminding yourself of today's key idea and the review lessons frequently. I wish you good practicing for the rest of the afternoon and evening, and hope to see you a little bit later.
Thank
That
you.
brings us to the end of the meditation, today's session. So thank you, and namaste.
Thanks very much. Bye.
Helen. See you again soon, I hope. Join us again
Definitely.
tomorrow.
I'll aim for tomorrow.
Right, tomorrow afternoon. Okay.